네, 곧 본 행사를 시작하도록 하겠습니다.
We will begin our conference very soon. This is 2022 International Academic Conference. First of all,
진행해 주실
I would like to
사회자분을
introduce you
소개해
the
올리도록
moderator who
하겠습니다.
will moderate our
사회자분은
opening session.
이준혁 한의사이십니다.
The moderator is Dr.
현재
Junhyup Lee,
약산의
Oriental
한방병원
Medicine Doctor.
병원장으로 재직 중이시며
He is the director of
한마음과학원
Yaksan의 Oriental
회원이십니다.
Medicine Group and
큰
is a member
박수로
of
맞이해 주시길 바랍니다.
한마음 Science Center. Good afternoon, everyone.
국제학술대회 기획식 사회를 맡게 된
I am the
이준혁입니다.
moderator, Junhyup Lee, who
온라인
will be
그리고
moderating
오프라인으로
today's
참석해 주신
conference.
모든 분들께
Thank you,
감사드립니다.
everyone who is attending both online and
인류는 그동안
offline. The
문명을
mankind has
발달시키는 데
been
몰두한 나머지
focusing
다른
on
생명과 더불어
developing
사는 지혜를
civilization,
잃어버리고 말았습니다.
and therefore we have lost our
질병과
wisdom
고통,
to live
기후변화
together
등을 겪으면서
harmoniously. And as
지구라는
we
공간은
experience this
모두의 공간이며
crisis, we painfully
인류만이 아닌
realize
모든
that
생명의
this
장소라는
space
것을
on planet
절감하게
Earth is
되었습니다.
for every one
이제는
of us in the
일체
universe.
모든 생명들과
Now
공생하면서 살아가는 것이
we have
뉴노멀 시대에
realized the
주어진
need,
소명이
and it is our
아닌가
mission to learn
예,
to coexist it on the
한마음과학원에서는
earth. So
뉴노멀 시대
Hammam Science
지구촌 공생의
Institute
삶이라는 주제로
is hosting this
국제학술대회를
international
개최하여
academic conference
인류가
under the title
앞으로
of
나아가야 할
Interconnected
방향을
Existence in a
제시할
New Normal
소중한
Age.
자리를
This
마련하였습니다.
is a precious
그러면
occasion for
지금부터
us to seek
한마음과학
collective wisdom together.
국제학술대회를
From now on, we will
먼저
convene a
3기가
conference
있겠습니다.
now.
모두 자리에서
Please
일어나 주시기
stand up
바랍니다.
from your seats. We will sing The Three Refugees.
이어서
Now
뜻을
there will
높은
be
반야심경
a
봉독이
reading of
있겠습니다.
the Heart Sutra with reverence. We will read the Heart Sutra according to the sound of gong.
마음은 밝았으니 저 세상과 이 세상을 두루 살펴 자제 행하시는 한 마음이 죽은 세상 산 세상 한데 비추어 보시니 모든 중생들은 본래부터 공생 공심 공용 공식하며 고정됨이 없이 놔두고 화하여 돌아가건만 그것을 몰라서 일체 고액이 나니라 사리자여 물질과 마음이 다르지 않고 마음은 모든 물질적 현상 다르지 않나니 모든 물질적 현상은 곧 한 마음으로 조차 있나니라 느끼 생각과 행하는 의식도 또한 둘이 아니어서 이와 같나니라 사리자여 우주 생명과 모습은 깨어졌다 함도 없으며 더러운 것도 깨끗한 것도 없으며 늘지도 줄지도 않느니라. 이런 고정됨이 없는 차원의 물질도 둘이 아닌 까닭에 없나니 감각 지각 의지적 행동 인식 작용도 없느니라. 눈 귀 코여 몸뜻도 따로 고정됨이 없으며 형상 소리 냄새 맛 감촉법도 따로 고정됨 없으며 보이는 세계와 의식 세계까지도 따로 고정됨이 없느니라. 죽지 않는 것도 죽는 또한 둘이 아닌 고로 없으며 늙고 죽음도 없고 또한 늙고 죽음이 다함까지도 없느니라. 괴로움의 원인과 괴로움을 벗어나는 방법까지도 없으므로 지혜도 깨달음 얻을 바가 없으니 없는 까닭은 일체 고정된 것이 없이와 찰나 놔두는 까닭이니라. 자유인의 한 마음은 깊은 무의 세계에 외전하며 걸림이 없느니라. 마음에 걸림이 없는 고로 두려움이 없으며 뒤바뀐 꿈 같은 생각을 떠나서 본래부터 영원한 밝음의 구경에 이르렀나니라. 과거 현재 그리고 미래 부처님들도 이 마음 자리를 깨달아 가장 높고 밝은 지혜를 얻어 생사를 초월하고 자유자 경지를 성취하셨나니 마땅히 알라. 기쁨 미지의 지혜로운 한마음이야말로 가장 신비하고 가장 밝고 가장 당당한 위없는 심경이므로 이 기쁨 미지의 주문은 진실하여 망치 않 알라. 일체 고난에서 벗어나리라. 이에 깊은 한 마음을 깨닫는 주문을 설하노니 발 없는 발로 길 없는 어서 벗어나세. 우리 함께 벗어나세. 이승저승 없는 마음 어서 벗어나세. 한 마음의 깨달음은 그대로 여여하게 밝았으니 우리 함께 어서 벗어나세. 우리 함께 어서 벗어나세. 우리 함께 어서 벗어나세.
모두 자리에 앉아 주시기
Now
바랍니다.
please kindly take a seat. Thank you.
다음은
The
한마음선언
next in order
제단
is the
한마음과학원
opening
원장이신
address to be
이혜성
given by the
스님의
president of
대회사가
Hammam Sun Center Foundation, Venerable Hesu.
이사장 스님을 큰 박수로
Please
맞이해
welcome
주시기
our president
바랍니다.
of Foundation, Venerable Hesu, with a big round of applause.
이사장 스님께 앉은 채로
We will make
복탁 소리에
one
맞춰
bow
일배 올리겠습니다.
from our seated position to the President Foundation according to the sound of gong.
사부대중 여러분 반갑습니다.
It's a great pleasure to see you all. We warmly welcome all distinguished guests from home and abroad to the International Hammam Science Conference 2022. This conference's theme is Interconnected existence in a new normal age, mind, science, and religion. This is windy, and then I hope you be healthy. Take care of your health, please. Here in Hammaum Son Center, this conference, for this conference, we are going to discuss and share visions and ways for how we can live together harmoniously, peacefully, treating others as if they were part of ourselves. We have great guests for this international conference. Most Venerable Wonhaeng, the president of the Jogae Order of Korean Buddhism, Minister Park Bo-kyun of the Ministry of Culture, Sports and Tourism, they sent delegates to make congratulatory speech on behalf of them. Chairman Emeritus Lee Won-uk of Jeonggakhae, an association of Buddhists in the National Assembly, Yoon Sung-hee, the president of Dongguk University. Thank you all for coming here to make congratulatory speeches. Also, I would like to thank the ambassador of the United Arab Emirates, Abdullah Saif Al-Nuaimi, and the ambassador of Israel, Akiva Tor. They will be giving special lectures later on. I'm grateful for the scholars who have come to present their papers at an academic conference held at a Korean temple, unfamiliar venue. For 3 years, people around the world have been suffering from COVID-19. Environmental problems have been discussed a lot since COVID-19. Let us know that nature is precious. Through this experience, I have realized that we are one family living together on Earth. In addition, I can see that the problems confronting Earth are serious and we can't avoid them. It's time for the whole world to work together to solve these challenges. Son Master Daeheng taught a way for all beings on earth to live without suffering, and her teaching has guided us to practice love for the earth. The speakers coming here from other countries have put great effort into their research. I'm looking forward to hearing about which parts of their research are on the same page as the teachings of Son Master Daeheng. Over the next 3 days, members of Hammaum Science Institute and scholars from abroad will present their studies. Through this, I hope we can communicate and share with each other. I also hope this conference will be a meaningful one. Even if there are differences in our ways or thoughts, we all share the desperate desire to save the earth. Son Master Daeheng taught that we all have Buddha natures and are all endowed with the unlimited potential of Buddha nature. She showed us the principle of one mind as a way of practice. She also led us to put that into action in our daily lives. Hammaum Science Institute has been researching the principle of one mind in an attempt to scientifically prove it and has worked hard to spread the Master's teachings. For this purpose, Hammaum Science Institute has held conferences annually. Thanks to these years of experience, we are able to hold this international conference. For this conference, we invited scholars from 7 countries: the United States, Canada, Germany, Argentina, Taiwan, the United Arab Emirates, and Israel. Many thanks to the scholars who responded to the invitation. We have a rare opportunity during this conference to explore the perspectives of 5 different religions: Buddhism, Christianity, Catholicism, Islam, and Judaism. During a time of conflicts and disputes involving religion, it's very meaningful for leaders of various religions to be together in one place. Some Master Daeheng said that although religions have different labels, their fundamental teachings are the same. This conference is going to be held on her 10th year memorial. She emphasized that all beings are connected through this one mind, sharing the same life as one. I deeply hope that this conference will serve as an opportunity to bring out dialogue, harmony, and increased efforts for coexistence on Earth in accordance with her teachings. Even though COVID-19 has caused many discomforts for the scholars visiting from other countries, including quarantine, they have endured them to attend this conference for harmony and peace on Earth. Their efforts make this gathering great. Thank you again for being here with us for this great opportunity. During these 3 days, I deeply hope you can share in various perspectives and communicate with an open mind. By doing so, you will ensure that a practical vision of coexistence on Earth will be demonstrated here. You have worked hard to put on a great conference. We wish you a comfortable and happy time here. September 23rd, 2022. Venerable Haesu, Chief Director of 한마음 선언 Foundation.
네, 과학원 연구를 위해 항상 큰 마음을 내주시고 지원해 주시는
The President of Foundation, Venerable Haesu, is always giving us biggest support. So let's give her another round of big applause. Next, in order, we will now have the President of Joge Order of Korean Buddhism, Venerable Wonhaeng. The congratulatory address will be given by Venerable Samhae, who will give the speech by proxy. Please give Reverend Samhae a big round of applause. We will give 3 vows, actually 1 vow from our seated position according to the sound of gong. Thank you. In commemoration of the 10th year memorial of Saint Master Daeheng, I would like to congratulate this conference. Sakyamuni Buddha said that if you awaken yourself to the true nature and live your life rightfully in accordance with the teaching, you will be salvaged immediately right here and now. If you look into the true nature of existence, all exist interdependently on each other. You cannot exist unless you rely on all other living beings in the universe. Each one of us is not an independently separate life from one another, but we are all a part of one community as one unit of life. The crisis that mankind is facing now, be it environmental, and COVID pandemic and wars outbreaking is a direct consequence of the disregard by mankind of such coincidences. So the realization of this inherent coexistence of mankind will bring about change to secure us a bright future ahead. In this sense, this international conference in the title of New Normal Age, Internet Connected Existence, is happening at a very opportune time indeed. This conference is not only include guests from Buddhist sector, but also honorable guests and
참석하여
from other
지구와
religions and
인류의
experts and
위기에
scholars in
대한
various
거대한 환난을
fields from home and
모색합니다.
abroad
모두가
to
함께하는
share a
인생의
collected
길에 크게
wisdom
기여하는 학술대회로
to address the
태양되기를
crisis that
진심으로
planet Earth and mankind
기원드립니다.
are
오늘
encountered with
발표와
presently.
토론을 준비해 주신
I would like to
국내
deeply
학자
thank the
여러분들께
esteemed
진심으로
scholars who have prepared the
오늘 학술대회를
presentations
준비하기
for our
위해
dialect
애쓰신
today.
한마음
And also
선언
my special
이사장
thanks go
스님을
to
비롯한
Hammam
관계
Sun Center
여러분들을
representatives,
특별히 치하의 말씀을
including the
드립니다.
president of
사부자님
Hammam
여러분
Foundation.
모두
In
부처님과
closing,
늘
I wish the
행복하시고
Buddha's blessing be
건강하시기를
with you
축원드립니다.
always, and I wish you
전국의
happiness and good
총무원장
health.
원행
Venerable Wonheng, I'm reading this congratulatory address by proxy. Thank you.
감사의 박수 부탁드립니다.
Please give Venerable Same with big round of applause. Thank you.
다음은
The next in order
문화체육관광부 박보균
is
장관님의 축사가 있겠습니다.
congratulatory
축사는
remarks by
김대현
Minister
국무실장님께서
Bogyun
대독하시겠습니다.
Park, and it will
김대현
be read
정무실장님을
by
큰 박수로
proxy
맞이해 주시기 바랍니다.
by Executive Director Dae Hyun Kim. Please give our Director Dae Hyun Kim with big round of applause.
안녕하십니까. 존경하는 대한불교
Most
조계종
Venerable
총무원장
Wonheng, the president of
원행
the Jogye Order of Korean Buddhism,
윤성희
Yun-Sung-hee, the president of
국회
Dongguk
정각회
University,
이원욱 명예회장님,
Chairman Emeritus
그리고
Lee Won-wook of
참석하신
Jongak-hwae, an
국내
association
여러
of Buddhists
학자분들
in
매우
the
반갑습니다.
National Assembly, scholars from
불교의
home and
대중화와
abroad. I'm very
한국
glad to
불교의
see you all.
중흥을 이끄셨던
Sun Master
대덕
Daeheng led
선지식
the
대흥
popularization of
선사의
Buddhism and the
열반
revival of
10주기를
Korean
맞아
Buddhism.
2022년
On a 10th year
한마음
memorial,
과학
the International
국제
Hammam Science
학술대회를
Conference
개최하게 된 것을
2022 is going to be
진심으로
held.
축하드립니다.
Congratulations.
최근 수년간의
Sun Master,
코로나19 대유행은
the COVID-19
우리를
pandemic
불안하게
in recent
하였고
years has
우리가
made us
믿던
uneasy.
과학 문명과
It raised many questions
현대인의
about
삶의
the
방식에
scientific
많은
civilization we
의문을
believed in
던졌습니다.
and the way of life of modern
인류의
people.
위기 극복을 위하여
What efforts should
과학과
science and
종교는
religion
어떤
make to
노력을 해야
overcome the
하는가?
crisis of mankind?
지금이야말로
I think
이런
now is the
근원적
time
질문에
we
대한
desperately need
학술적
academic
통찰과
insight and
지혜가
wisdom on these
절실하게
fundamental
필요한
questions.
시점이라 생각합니다. 이번
At this
학술대회는
conference,
다양한 종교를
we
대표하는
expect
분들과
representatives of
다양한
various religions
학문
and
분야의
renowned
국내외
domestic
유명한
and foreign
전문가들께서
experts in
인류의
academic fields
지향점과 대안을
will openly
열린
present
마음으로
the direction and
진시해 주실
alternatives
것으로
of
기대합니다.
mankind.
특히
In particular,
이스라엘
the special
아키바토르
lectures by the
주한 대사님과
ambassador of Israel, Akibator, and the ambassador of the United Arab Emirates, Abdullah Saif al-Nuaimi, to Korea are considered as sincere efforts for peace and harmony in the global village beyond religion. So it is very meaningful.
아무쪼록
I sincerely hope that this conference will contribute to the development of the planet and mankind amid their crisis as a place to seek various solutions for our coexistence. Once again, congratulations on the opening of the Hammam Sanon International Conference, and I hope that the Buddha's compassion and light will always be with you. September 23rd, 2022.
문화체육관광부 장관
I'm reading this on behalf of
감사합니다.
Minister Park Bo-gyun.
네, 감사의 박수 부탁드립니다.
Please give Minister, actually the director, big
다음은
round of applause.
국회
Next in order,
정각회
we will have honorary
이원욱
president of
명예회장님의
Jeonggak
축사가
Association of
있겠습니다.
Buddhists in the National
이원욱
Assembly.
의원님을 큰 박수로 맞이해 주시기 바랍니다.
Please welcome President Won-wook Lee to the podium. Thank you.
네, 소개받은 이원욱입니다.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Won-wook Lee, whom I was just introduced by
원고를
the
챙겨가긴
moderator.
하는데요. 너무 길어가지고 양보하기는 그냥 짧게 줄여가지고
So
말씀을 드리는
I have prepared
제가
the
이거
script, but
초대받을
I'll be
때만
short.
하더라도
When I was invited to this
정각기 회장이었는데
ceremony, I
9월
was
1일
the
날
president, but
저희가
as of
총회를
the
거쳐가지고
September the
지금은
1st, by way of the
회장님이 되시고 전임
General
회장은
Assembly
명예회장이
election,
되는데
I am
관례에
now,
따라
by
정각기
practice, general practice, I'm now an honorary president of Jonggak Association. It will be better if the incumbent president came here. I will give it words of apology on behalf of. Now the subject is interconnected existence of mind, science, and religion. When I saw this title, I thought to myself, this is really a necessity, a subject that is really a necessity. All these Russian, Ukraine war, all these financial uncertainty and extremism, and all these economic uncertainty and wars are breaking everywhere. All the conflicts around the world is going beyond and going out of line. As we are all aware. So it is now we are at a juncture where we need to contemplate this together. And our Venerable Deheng, Sun Master, has taught our words of wisdom long time ago, over decades, that we need to live this life together as one body, a unit of life. Especially recently, in the recent past, Israel and Arab Emirates entered into FTA, and all this Middle East peace issue has been recently resolved. And so if they were present here today, it will be more valuable and meaningful. I have recently become a Foreign Affairs Unification Committee member. In Korea, it's now time for us, Korea, to actively participate in this kind of era. The Foreign Affairs Minister Jin Park mentioned about it, and I hope and trust that the concept of coexistence is what we need to be reminded of again at this conference in Hammam conference. We have all the esteemed scholars and distinguished guests of honor here today. So I think this is an opportune time for us to be discussing this great subject with Venerable Hesu and Venerable Wanheng, who did not get to participate, but Venerable Sammeng, who is here. On his behalf, I congratulate and welcome every one of you again. Thank you very much.
네, 감사의 박수 부탁드립니다.
Let us give Honorary President a big round of applause. Next in order will be congratulatory remarks by Professor Sung Hee-yoon, the President of Dongguk University. Please welcome him to the podium. Thank you.
예, 안녕하십니까.
Good afternoon, everyone.
동국대학교
My name is Sung Hee-yoon. I'm the president of Dongguk University in Korea. First of all, I would like to extend congratulations to Hammam Science Institute, which is under the auspices of Hammam Sun Center, on hosting this International Academic Conference of 2022. Also, I would like to thank and congratulate all the ambassadors of various countries, Ambassador of United Emirates, Arab Emirates, and all these Ambassador of Israel to the Republic of Korea, as well as all these esteemed scholars who have spared their time to attend this academic conference, as well as all these related Hammam Sun Center person for putting this together. Due to COVID-19 pandemic and the world is facing a climate of economic uncertainty and international conflict in the world. Under the circumstance, this academic conference where professionals and esteemed clusters from all countries in various fields in various in Argentina, Arab Emirates, Israel, Germany, and Taiwan. All these from different countries are attending. We have collected wisdom and insights and share our wisdom and to pave the way for a great future. The new normal era, interconnected in a new normal age, mind, science, and religion is the subject of this event. It is our occasion to contemplate on our fundamental introspection and examination on our life post-pandemic, and I think it is focusing our need to discuss this together. And this event will be seeking solutions in religion, and we have scholars representing 5 different religions of Buddhism, Christianity, Catholic, Islam, and Judaism. And all the esteemed scholars from other fields will serve as a great opportunity for us to get important clues and solutions by which we can overcome this crisis together. Dongguk University marks 116th anniversary this year, so we announced Vision 2040 to present our future vision. We will make our students become our future global leaders who could keep pace with all other leaders who strive to achieve symbiosis of the planet Earth and harmony of mankind that is discussed here today. Yet again, I would like to extend my warmest welcome to all of the guests of honor who are attending this International Academic Conference. I truly hope that this will be a great forum of discussion where many keys and solutions are found by our collective wisdom. In closing, I wish that the great wisdom and compassion of Buddha be with you today and always. Thank you very much.
네, 감사의 박수 부탁드립니다.
Please give a big round of applause again.
오늘 이 자리에 참석해 주신 내외빈 소개가 있겠습니다.
I will introduce a guest of honor, Abdullah Saif Al-Nuami, Ambassador of United Arab Emirates to the Republic of Korea.
주한 이스라엘 대사
Ambassador of Israel to Korea, Akiva Tor Ambassador.
대한불교 조계종 총무원장 원행 스님을 대신해서
Executive Director Venerable Samme, who's here on behalf of Venerable Wonheng, the President of Joge Order of Buddhism.
문화체육관광부
Minister Bogyun Park, Director Daegyun Kim, who's here by proxy to Minister Bogyun Park.
국회 정각회
Jeonggak Association Honorary President Won-Nuk Lee.
동국대학교
Dongguk University President Sung Yi-yoon.
미국 워싱턴 세인트 앤셀름 수도원
Saint Abbey, Brother Dustin Rubidoux is here with us today.
미국 브리검
From the United States, Brett Schaft, a professor from Brigham University in the United States.
독일
From Germany, Bonn University, we have Professor Manfred Hutter, professor.
서강대 종교학과 김재영 교수님 오셨습니다.
Professor of Seogang University from the Department of Religious Studies.
그리고 축하 화환을 보내주신 분은 대한불교 조계종 총무원장 원행 스님,
Reverend Won Heng and Song Yi-yoon from Dongguk University Present and other honorable guests but who gave a congratulatory flower wreath. Thank you. And due to time constraint, I cannot introduce every one of you. So I would ask for your kind understanding in this regard. After we conclude our opening ceremony, there will be photograph session. So please, honorable guests, will remain in the Dharma hall for photograph session. And after that, we have snacks ready on the second floor, so please enjoy your snacks. So we will now conclude the opening ceremony. Please stand up from your seats, please. We will now sing 4 great vows. for Journalism Studies.
네, 방금 소개받은 동명대학교
My name
미디어
is
커뮤니케이션 학과의
Hwa Heng Lee, whom the moderator
기조
introduced just
강연
now.
시간을 시작하도록 하겠습니다.
From now, we will convene our keynote speech session.
한마음 과학 2022
2022 International Hammam Science Conference.
그런 기조
And
강연과 그리고
we
특별
will have a
강연을
keynote
제가
speech
과정을
and
맡고 진행하게 된
thereafter
것은
special
대단한 큰 영광이라고
speech session.
생각을 합니다.
And I feel both honored and
먼저
privileged
기조
to serve as a moderator
시작하겠습니다.
for
기조
these
강연.
two sessions.
오늘
We will first have
연사는
keynote speech,
해근 스님이십니다.
and it will be given by Venerable Hagen.
1989년
In
대행선사를
1989,
하셨고
Venerable
1994
Hagen
년에
became
구족계를
Buddhist nun
수립하셨습니다.
under the
그리고
teachings of
1992
Son Master Deheng.
한마음선언
In
진주 지원의
1992
소임을 맡고
and
계시고
thereafter,
지금 현재
she has been
한마음
serving as the
운영위원으로
abbot of Jinju
일해주시고 계십니다.
branch of Hammamsan
오늘
Center.
해근 스님께서
Today,
저희에게 던져줄 메시지의
Venerable
제목은
Hagen
만물
will
만생과 통하는
give
큰
keynote
마음
speech in the title of All Beings are connected through a fundamental mind, one mind.
주제와 메시지가
This
사실상
subject and
이
message of the
국제학술대회의
keynote speech
하나의
will be
큰
one big
화두가 될 수도 있다. 저는 그런
key
개인적으로 합니다.
word for
그래서
this academic
스님께
conference
강연을 요청드리고 시간
this
저희가
time.
주어진 시간이
And the
3시부터
time
3시
for
30분까지입니다.
her keynote speech
시간이
is
허락하는
from
범위에서
3 p.m. to
기조 강연이
3:30
마쳐지고
p.m.
나서 질문 시간을
And
갖도록
after
하겠습니다.
the
참고해 주시기
keynote speech is concluded,
그러면
we'll have a short
해경
Q&A
스님을
session.
큰 박수로
And we will
청해서
warmly
받아주시기
welcome Venerable Hagen to the podium. Please give her a big round of applause. Thank you.
이렇게 장엄한 자리에서 뵙게 된 것을 큰 영광으로 생각합니다.
It is an honor to meet you during this great conference.
지금 소개받은 한마음 선언
I'm Hagen Snim from Jinju branch of Hammamsan Center.
처음 오신 분들을 위해서 직접
For the
스님을
beginners,
그래도 느끼시도록 영상을 준비했습니다.
we
영상을
will show you a
봐주시면
video
좋겠습니다.
for Son Master Deheng. Please watch together.
1990년
In 1990,
샌프란시스코
a small
구치소에
Buddhist nun from the
동양의
east
한 작은
visited the San
비구니
Francisco
스님이
Detention
방문했다.
Center.
난폭한
Many
죄수들이
violent
모인
offenders
곳이어서
were imprisoned there, so the guards were on edge and very concerned for her safety. Thus, they warned the nun several times not to go too close to the detainees.
그런데
As she passed
스님이
the cell
어느 흑인
of an
죄수의
African
강간
American,
앞을 지날 때
he noticed her and
스님을
approached
본
the
그가
iron bars in
철창
the cell
가까이로
window.
다가왔고 간수장은
A guard was
화들짝
startled by
놀라
this and ran
뛰어왔다.
towards them.
그는
The prisoner
세
had been
명이나
convicted
살해하고
of killing 3
사형
people
선고를 받은
and sentenced to
죄수였기에
death.
더욱
This became a
긴장되는
tense moment for the
순간이었다.
guards.
그러나
However,
접근을
when the moment the
제지하려던
guard
순간
tried to restrict the prisoner's
놀랍게도
access to the nun,
스님께 다가온
surprisingly,
그가
the prisoner
정중한
bowed his
자세로
head, putting his
합장 인사를 하는 것이
putting his
아닌가.
palms together in a respectful manner.
스님은
The nun
잠시
solemnly
그
stood,
죄수와
facing the
마주서서
prisoner for a
무경히
moment, with her
합장을 하고
palms together.
계셨는데 이윽고
After a
그가
while,
간절한
his eyes
눈빛으로
were filled with
눈물을
sincere
글썽거렸다.
tears.
그날 현장에 있던
Those who were
관계자들은
present at the scene
죄수들이
were amazed and
이토록
said they had
유순해진
never
것은
seen a
처음
prisoner so
보았다며
docile.
놀라워했고 조그만
They
체구의
also
그
said that the
스님에게는
Buddhist nun, although
어떤
relatively short in
감화력이 있는 것
stature,
같다고
somehow
했다.
seemed to have a good influence on the prisoner.
그날 스님이
That
전하신
day,
차별
her
없는
non-dual
한마음은
warm heart influenced
살인자라
the
할지라도
prisoner's reaction,
본성 자체는
which suggested that
부처님을
even
보여준
though he had murdered people in the past, his inherent nature was Buddha. This touching story was released by the press.
이 조그만
This short-statured Buddhist nun was Son Master Daeheng, who was widely regarded as one of Korea's foremost Buddhist teachers.
스님은 말씀하셨다.
Son Master Daeheng said, I think that the man who bowed with his hands together will not be executed. This is because the moment he put his hands together, Buddha took a place in his heart. But the fact is, even if someone dies, that's just their shape scattering. Their fundamental mind never dies. Born during the Japanese colonial period, she was driven into the mountains at the age of 7 due to poverty and the downfall of her family. Amid the harsh mountain life, she had earnest questions about the foundation and chaos of the world and the suffering she had witnessed. At the age of 9, she awakened to her true self. At the age of 18, she went back to the mountain to avoid the Imperial Japanese army that was forcing women into sexual slavery. She focused solely on learning while managing by eating only one bean a day. At the age of 24, she received novice ordination at Sangwon Temple in Ode Mountain with Master Hanam as her teacher. Even during the Korean War, Son Master Daeheng continued her practice while walking through the Korean landscape. Being led by her true self, occasionally she became moribund and would fall on a mountain road, was treated like a lunatic, or she was framed as a North Korean partisan, tortured. It was a time of asceticism for her. While practicing, she realized how the universe truly functions as one and is the ultimate principle of one mind. She then began teaching unenlightened beings, taking care of the sufferings of beings and things, and seeing them as part of herself. In a dilapidated hermitage near the Sangwon Temple in Jiang Mountain, she helped countless unenlightened beings in need who were seeking help. They did not realize they had great potential and energy within themselves and just wanted her help. Seeing this, she left the mountain to teach people to discover their true self. After founding Hammaum Son Center in Anyang, Gyeonggi-do, Son Master Daeheng led countless beings to truth by guiding them to entrust their foundation with everything they encounter throughout their daily lives. She then left her body. Unlike most Korean temples which were built in the mountains, she built a temple in the middle of the city and focused on Buddhism in daily life, modernization of Buddhism, and globalization of Buddhism. Her teachings spread like wildfire, and before she passed away, about 150 bhikkhus and bhikkhunis studied under her. And lay practitioners asked for new branches to be opened in their regions so her teachings could be studied. In total, she founded 15 domestic and 9 overseas Hammam Sun Centers. When people requested teachings, she visited them no matter how far away they were, who had asked, or when they had asked. She truly hoped that all people awakened to the truth without one being left behind. To conserve the earth and cope with challenges facing the world, she decided to share Buddha's teachings with many foreign leaders. Subsequently, she established the Hammam Science Institute and the Hammam International Culture Institute. The Hammam Science Institute was established to scientifically prove the principle that all material phenomena originate from one mind, our fundamental mind. This was because she thought that by informing scientists and researchers around the world of this principle, the problems facing mankind can be solved if we go beyond the limits of material-centered science to Hammam science or one-mind science. The Hammam International Culture Institute has published her teachings into English as well as 11 other languages. Beginning from 2005, the Hammam International Culture Institute has participated in the International Book Fair held in Frankfurt, Germany, introducing her teachings to other publishers as well as the German public. These appearances in particular led to numerous publishing contracts with overseas publishers. The Hammam International Culture Institute is helping to elevate the minds of human beings and promote world peace and oneness by delivering Sun Master Deheng's teachings to the world in various languages. Her unhindered efforts to teach also reached Europe, where she completed 2 supreme ceremonies in Germany. During the journey, she held a service to help all of those spirits of all those who died in the concentration camps to move forward on their own path. This was well recognized in Europe as well as in Korea and was covered by various media. In this way, her compassion extended beyond the limits of nations and races to the lives of the unseen world. However, she always said, "I just come and go, being one with everything, so I don't have much to say."
나는 뭐 적다고 크다고 할 것도 없어. 왜냐 하면은 하다못해 벌레도 나는 내가 아니라고 생각해 본 얘기가 없기 때문에 난 적다고 한 것도 없고 크다고 한 것도 없고 나라고 한 것도 없어. 그리고 내 아님도 없어.
그렇게
So Master Deheng taught that all beings are connected as one through our fundamental mind, our foundation, and she showed it with her actions. We learned what path mankind should follow from her. Her teachings are still being transmitted around the world, and people's attempts to walk the path of truth continue.
따로 덧붙일 것이 없다 싶은데요.
There is nothing
그
to add more.
영상 속 감옥에 갇힌
The
죄수처럼
prisoner in the video,
우리는 각자 자기 생각이라는
we are
감옥에
caught by our thoughts.
갇혀서 살고 있습니다. 대행선사의
Sun Master
가르침은
taught us that
구슬이 선말이라도 깨워야
entrust everything to our fundamental
법이라는
mind. Let's say that our minds are bees which need holes to connect with them with others. The process of making these holes can be compared to entrusting to our fundamental mind. Then a string, our fundamental mind, can connect the bees and thus our minds together. Through this,
마음의 구멍을 내는 진실한 관은
we can become
만물
one
만생과
with
통하는 한 마음을 이루게
everyone
합니다.
and everything.
왜
I have thought about why I am the keynote speaker at this conference,
그리고
even though
각자의 자리에서
there are many great
열심히
Buddhist
정진하시는
monks
많은
and nuns
신도님들 앞에
and scholars.
부족해도 아주 부족한 제가 서게 됐나 우연한 건 없거든요.
Nothing is coincidence.
저는 아주 매우 급한 성격입니다.
I was in several car accidents because of my quick temper, and it troubled my master and the other senims. If it were not for my master, I would have died or been paralyzed, like the doctors had said so. When my master passed away 10 years ago, while continuously burning incense during her 5-day funeral,
더는 못하더라도
I vowed
주신 만큼은
that
꼭 갚겠다고.
I would return as much compassion as I had received from her.
큰 박수를 한번 보내주시죠.
Give her a big applause, a round of applause.
4박 5일 내내 향 끊어지지 않게 올리며 발언했습니다. 아마 그
I guess
발언이
it is
지금 이
this
자리에
vow
있게 한
that
것
has
같습니다.
led me to stand in front of you now.
1986년 봄에
After my
스승님을
father's
처음
funeral in the
뵈냈습니다.
spring of 1986,
부친 장례가 끝나자마자
I went to retrieve the money which my mother had offered to my master with the hope of saving him from his disease. Back then, my master was known as an awakened Sunim, but I had thought of her as a charlatan, so I went to see her. While waiting, I had the thought that though my mother had given her money, I didn't have the means to prove it. Then I thought I didn't want any more victims. When I was able to speak to her, I asked with a distinctive tone, "What is the purpose of the awakened Sunim? People are still suffering from diseases and disasters." I thought the question would catch her off guard. Even though she was wearing colored glasses, her eyes were shining so brightly. I felt as if I was pulled in her direction.
그냥 도인이구나 했습니다. 그 눈빛은
I will never forget the depth of her eyes.
지금도 앞으로도 영원히 잊지 못할 겁니다. 그 말로는 할 수 없는
I couldn't convey that with words
모르는
or
다른
writings,
사람에게 보여주려고
so
사진법
I commissioned a
만들게
photographer for a collection of my master's photos.
그러한 눈길로
At the time, she stared at me and said with a deep voice,
내 몸에 나고 죽는
"When you
생명들이
understand how
얼마나
many
많은지
lives there are
아니,
in your body that are ceasing and arising,
알면 그게 도다
you will
이러셨습니다.
solve this question."
그때 그 말씀으로
When she
습과
said,
무지를
made me
자각했습니다.
realize how ignorant I had been. I did not know my body, nor my life,
낳아주고 길러준
nor my
부모도
family.
모르고 살았구나. 이 아무것도 모르는 나를 살게
I
하는
realized
그
that
주인,
Buddhist practice is to
주인공의
entrust everything
모든
to my
것을
fundamental
믿음하고
mind,
사는 것이
주인공, which had
불을
led
닦는
me
것이구나
up until
했습니다.
now.
그때를
When
회상하면
reflecting on the first meeting, I still
장님이
feel
눈동자를
awed
알아봤을까
at
합니다.
how a blind person like me was able to recognize an awakened one.
에너지의 자석이라면
If my fundamental mind, 주인공, is an extremely powerful magnet and a nail is
자기
attached
마음의
to it, then the
생산처
nail will also
주인공을
become a magnet. When you have firm faith in your
진실이
fundamental mind,
믿기만
the
해도
source of your mind, you will then be drawn to your
그대로
fundamental mind
자석에
like a
붙은
nail
못이
to a magnet.
저절로
And
자석이
that
됩니다.
nail too will become a magnet.
모습이 승려고
I'm a
해서
Buddhist
종교인이라
practitioner who's
부르지만
labeled as a religious figure. However, a practitioner who focuses on discovering the fundamental mind, communicating through it, and dealing with it is not limited to the label of religion.
스승님께서는
My master always
종교를 위해
said,
살지 말고
don't live for the religion.
어차피
When you are born,
한 번 죽는
you
거
are subject to death.
태어나지
So
않은
let's say you are
셈을
not born in this life at
육신을
all,
끌고 가는
and just try to
주인공의
entrust everything to the
모든 것을
fundamental
맡기고
mind
살라
which
하셨습니다.
has been leading you.
저는
For me,
장님의
my fundamental
지팡이로
mind, 주인공, is like the
생각합니다.
cane a blind person uses when
이러한
traveling.
마음 자세로 살면
When you live
삶
with this
자체가
mindset, life itself
주인공과
becomes a process
한
of
마음
becoming
되는
one with your
과정이니
fundamental mind,
후가
주인공.
아닌 수행이 됩니다.
So life is not suffering, but a practice to elevate the level of your
어느
mind.
땐가
One day,
스승님의
I asked
법체가 안
my
계실
master, when you pass away,
모르는
how can you
분들에게
teach this path to
어떻게
people who
길을
don't know
인도해야
this?
하냐고 여쭙습니다. 나는
She answered,
마음으로
I convey the
마음을
mind
전하고
through the
받도록
mind
하는
and
사람이니
letting you receive.
마음을
When you have
주인공에
firm faith in your
놓고
fundamental
진실이
mind,
변하면
주인공, and sincerely
언제
entrust things to
어디라도
it, then
그대로
I'll
들고
work
난다
as one.
싶습니다. 그래도
But still, when she was sick, her disciples asked her again.
걱정 마라,
And she
둘이
answered,
있으니
don't
걱정
worry,
마라
there are
하셨습니다.
two who can do the work.
열반
During her
신주기를
10th year
맞아
memorial,
뜻을
I
새겨보니
interpreted that the
이렇게
two my master
정진하시는
mentioned
출가
refer to
승단과
disciples and
제가
lay
신도님들이
practitioners.
계시니 둘이라셨구나 합니다. 한마음 선언은
My master said that Hammam Sun Center is a place where you can learn about how to awaken to the ultimate goal of Buddhist study, Hammam, one mind, in their daily life.
죽는 줄 알고
While we
사는
live
동안
knowing that we are subject to die, to entrust everything we encounter to our fundamental mind, 주인공, is the way to become one with 주인공, the source of everything in the universe,
우주의 근본,
and
만물 만생의 근본인
to benefit
주인공과
me
하나 되는
and
길이며 모두를 살리는
others.
자리이타의 길입니다. 누가
Who
이
is the
자리에
one that
있겠느냐?
enables us to live?
주인공이지
That is our
하며
fundamental mind, 주인공.
주어지는 대로
If you know that and go
살면
forward in your daily life,
눈먼
you will
장님의
go in the
지팡이
right
같이
direction. It will be
다른
like a
지혜의
blind
길로
man's
가게
cane which
됩니다.
leads him to go forward.
각자의
When your
삶의
mind
자리에서
blooms and bears fruits,
이렇게
wherever you are at,
마음고
you
피우고
can brighten
열매 맺는 과정으로 사는 것이
your mind.
마음을 살리는 길이며 모든
I think
종교가
all religions are
지향하는
heading
곳이라고
towards
생각합니다.
this purpose.
사막에 피는
cactus flowers in the desert,
눈 속에 피는
edelweiss
에델바이스,
in the snow,
열대 바닷가에
flowers in the
있고,
tropical beach,
들에서
various
산에서
flowers in plains and
가진 꽃이
mountains.
피고 지는데 방법은
Though
다
the way they
다르지만
bloom and bear fruits
모두
are not the
꽃
same,
피고
they
열매
all
맺는
bloom
것은
and
같습니다.
bear fruits.
각각의
And
삶이
though the
모여
religious
이루어진
principles that were
종교
made by the many
이처럼
gatherings
다름은
throughout a very
당연하지만
long time are not the same,
근본 뜻은
I don't think their
하나라고
fundamental
생각합니다.
meanings are different.
가르침을
My master said,
실천하라.
practice the teaching. Put
실천만이
that into
자유를
action.
준다
Only the
하셨습니다.
action can give you freedom.
사랑하라.
Love,
모두를
love all
내
as if
몸같이
they are part of
사랑하라.
yourself.
말은
Easier
쉽지만
said than done.
실천은 어렵습니다. 그
When you can
실천은
handle your mind,
자기가 자기의 마음을 다룰 수 있어야 됩니다.
the action will be possible,
나부터 제도하라는
which
것이고
means you should save
내가
yourself first,
제도되면
after which
상대가
others
내가
can
됩니다.
become one with you.
내가
If you become
자석이
a
되면
powerful magnet,
못도
a nail around
자석이
you
되듯이
becomes a magnet.
저절로
All beings have the fundamental mind
저절로
and are
주변을
connected through it.
나아가
So,
지구
if you become
생명체,
one with the fundamental mind,
더
you can
나아가
become one with
지구를
everything
비롯한
and save them all,
전 우주를
including the
살리는
earth
길이
and universe.
아주 작은 내 마음을 내 마음의 근본이며 우주의 근본인 주인공과 한 마음 되게 하는 길입니다. 한 찰나도 떠나지 않고 함께 하시는
I am
영원한
extremely grateful for my master who stays us
또 애써주신
forever,
동참하신 모든
and I
사부대님들
thank you to those
그리고
who
참석하신
attend
여러분들께
this
깊이
place
감사드립니다.
and worked for this conference. Thank you.
네, 감사합니다.
Thank you very much.
백은 스님의 기조 강연은
This
우리의
was a
마음을
keynote speech
저
by
깊은
Reverend
마음을
Hagen, as a
움직이게
keynote speech,
하신 것
and
같습니다.
her keynote speech
많은 것을
deeply moved our
생각하게
heart
해주는
and
keynote
caused
speech였다고
us
생각이
to
드는데요.
deeply reflect
시간이 저희가
ourselves
예정했던
on
시간이
things
다
and
되어
contemplate.
갑니다마는, 혹시 한 분
now,
정도 기조 강연에 대한 해근 스님께
we don't have too much
분이
time,
계시면
but if there is
질문하는
anyone or
시간을
any
갖도록 하겠습니다.
people who have questions for Reverend Hagen, then we'll have a short Q&A session.
네, 감사합니다.
Thank
아마
you.
이 좋은 강연의 여운이 지금 마음에 이렇게 자리를 잡으셔서
I think there's a ripple effect of this moving keynote speech by Reverend Hagen. So people are still contemplating of what she tried to convey us. Thank you very much, Venerable Hagen. Thank you.
네, 그러면 바로 이어서 특별
The next in
강연을
order
계속
is a
진행하도록
special
하겠습니다.
speech
오늘
session.
특별 강연은
For
정말
our
특별한
special
강연입니다.
speech is a very
그래서
special
먼저 첫 번째
session,
영사로
and the first
저희가
speaker
압둘라
we have Abdullah Saif Al Nuami, ambassador of United Arab Emirates to the Republic of Korea, and the subject of this special speech is around tolerance, and the subject for this special speech is the Arab Emirates efforts toward the promotion of tolerance. Let's give our warm round of applause to our ambassador. Thank you.
안녕하세요. He's the president of Hamnam Son Center. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, First, I would like to thank Hanam Center for giving me the opportunity to be part of this important forum. I think this kind of forum really is very important. We see people from different nationality, from different faith, which is really, at the end, we are a human. We are talking about the prosperity and really love and peace and harmony among the world, and sing the message to every part of this earth. Today I'm going to talk about the UAE and UAE effort toward tolerance and peace, and to give you some example about the effort that we have made within UAE and also beyond, across the border. Sorry, I think, yes, okay. So first, I'm going to talk about the introduction about tolerance, and also what's tolerance as a word, what does it mean? The UAE leaders and people is melting of a pot of tolerance and cohesion, of respect and accept of others. Tolerance is an intrinsic value and the key of trade and the UAE social fabric. So tolerance is built on a concept of middleness and moderation in Islam, inspired by the genuine Arab noble tradition and culture and heritage. So the United Arab Emirates is based on well-established time honors value to seek to promote the country relation on the basis of mutual respect, dialogue, cooperation, and insurance of the all of terrorism, violence, and fanatism. The United Arab Emirates, we have more than 200 nationality from different faiths, and so they live in peace and harmony, and they can practice their faith, without any restriction. So this shows how UAE is open to others and accepting others, whether regardless of their race or their religion. Here we can see in this picture our founder, father, Sheikh Zayed. Sheikh Zayed always said that tolerance enshrined in the legacy of the nation. The founding father, as I said, Sheikh Zayed bin Sultan Al Nahyan. The UAE embraces the concept of middle, which is middle way, moderation, as this is part of the Islam inspired by genuine Arab tradition and culture heritage. The late Sheikh Khalifa, also the former president of the United Arab Emirates, also he shared the same value of carried by Sheikh Zayed legacy, and also is one of the most important attributes that we can impact on our people and the global community to ensure the safety, stability, and happiness of the people across the world. And also the same, being shared with our president, Sheikh Mohammed bin Zayed. Also, he believed in tolerance, and really we must address the root of the cause of the extremism and to prevent the recruitment of mislead youth to counter extreme ideology, which is really, this is kind of education. Our leaders believe that really we need to work together across the border, really to bring the prosperity and the peace to the whole world. And the same things here, our vice president shared the same thought, and tolerance is not just a catchphrase, but equality we must cherish and practice, which is really, we can see it in the reality, and really we need to do something toward tolerance and to show evidence that really to work to it, and which I'm going to talk about later. The reason why I mention our leader, just to show you how UAE will, from the country and from the leaders, really send the message of the tolerance and prosperity across the world. Here, definition of tolerance, if you are aware, I mean, the tolerance as stated in the UN General Assembly Resolution number 51/201 it's the issue of a human right, including the various approach of improve actual enjoyment of a human right and basic freedom. So tolerance is a respect, accept, and appreciate of the endless richness of our world culture, our forms of expression and ways of being a human. Tolerance is a harmony and a different. It is not only a moral duty, it is also a political and legal obligation. So this in general about the word and the word of, tolerance. Now we're going to here play a short video. Sorry. Oops, this is okay. This is a short video just to summarize the things that I talked about already, about our leaders and how they are open to the world and really open to other faith, other nationality, and other race. In UAE, we established the Ministry of Tolerance and Coexisting. This ministry was established in 2016. The ministry aimed to develop a spirit of mutual respect and peaceful coexisting among all residents of the country, building bridge of understanding, communication and dialogue, reject violence, discrimination and hatred, encourage interfaith dialogue and highlight the true image of Islam through a qualitative project and initiative locally, regionally and globally. So this is one of the unique ministry, I mean, you can see in the United Arab Emirates. So that shows the commitment of our country toward tolerance and really promote tolerance and coexisting within UAE and across the border. Now we're going to be specified about the effort of tolerance or the initiative that's been done by United Arab Emirates. So the Abrahamic Accord, peace agreement, this was a treaty of peace development relation, which is full normalizing relation with the state of Israel. At that time, in 13 of August 2020, this was in the United States, was signed between UAE and Bahrain and Israel. Before UAE normalized, there was Egypt. They normalized their relation with Israel in 1979, Jordan in 1994, and also other countries follow after UAE also initiative. Because really we think, to building bridge and communication with many nations, with other countries, it's really, this is the way how to solve the issue and really to solve if there is any conflict. With a distance between country, between people, it's not easy to really solve an issue. So bridge and communicate, this is the best way to solve any conflict between countries. So in 2019, UAE announced a year of tolerance. So in that year, there was the unprecedented Babel visit, embodies the UAE in February 2019. So this was a very important visit, and it was first visit to the Middle East at that time. So this is just to encourage other people and also for dialogue and interfaith toward peace and prosperity. So you can see in this picture our President Sheikh Mohammed bin Zayed and our Vice President. They witnessed the speech of the Pope at that time. So the message was called on people across the globe to united and to bring about interfaith harmony and spread the vital message of peace. So during this visit also, there was the human fraternity document, which was signed between the Pope Francis, head of the Catholic Church, and also Sheikh Ahmed Al-Tayyib, the Grand Imam of Al-Azhar. This document is really, it's a message to the world. And also, it's mean that really because this was spread to many country and across many faiths. So this to convey this document between them, to convey this document to their authorities, influential leader, and person of religion all over the world. So one of the initiatives in UAE, the Abrahamic House. So this idea is to build one building which include a synagogue, church, and a mosque. The reason we build it is to be a symbolic and to be a model for the world, because this center is going to be a place of learning, dialogue, and worship, and focus on creating mutual understanding among people of all faith and all belief across the world. This building under construction supposed to be finished by this year, before end of this year. This is just a sketch or a picture of the three worship, the synagogue and the church and the mosque. So another initiative by UAE, and Federal Decree Law number 2 for 2015 was issued to combating discrimination and hatred. So this law seeks to protect everyone in the UAE and to provide a legislative foundation to promote an environment of tolerance, coexistence, and acceptance. The law provides protection from discrimination against individuals or a group based on religion, caste, or doctrine, race, color, and ethnic origin. So this is how we see the UAE protected everyone. Everybody, they have the right to practice their faith, their belief, and they're protected by law. If we can see also in UAE, we have more than 57 worship from different faiths. We have 51 church, 2 cathedral, 2 Hindu temple, 1 Sikh temple, 1 Buddhist temple. Of course, we have other also religion, which is Parisis, Baha'is, Druze, and others. I mean, maybe I didn't mention all of them, but as I said at the beginning, everybody, they have the freedom to practice their faith, their belief, so there is no restriction, and they're being protected by law. So also another initiative in the United Arab Emirates, many institute and center being established in the UAE. And these center and institute, as I said, is focused mainly to, to spread the tolerance and also the coexistence. One of the example, it's the International Institute for Tolerance. This center or this institute is to promote the culture of tolerance regionally and globally. The government of Dubai launched the International Institute for Tolerance. It was in 2017 to initiative to seek to provide solution to challenge of extremism and promote the UAE role model for tolerance. So this institute, they do many of forum and conferences to promote tolerance and coexistence. Another center, which is Sawab. Sawab in Arabic it means the right path, and it was formed in 2015. So this was formed between the UAE and United States of America. They are the co-founder of the Sawab. So it is an online engagement initiative and support the global coalition against extremism. So this is one of the center, as I mentioned. They have a lot of activities, and also Sawab seek to give a voice to the million of Muslim and others around the world who stand united against terrorism. So another center also Hidayah. Hidayah in Arabic it means guidance. So this is another center also was established in 2012. His Highness Sheikh Abdullah bin Zayed Al Nahyan, the Minister of Foreign Affairs, at that time he launched Hidayah. So Hidayah aimed to be a premier international center for expertise and experience to counter violence extremism by promoting understanding and sharing of good practice of effectively serve as the true global center to counter violence and extremism. So this is, in summary, I talked about, because of the time, about the effort that had been done in the UAE. Many things in UAE, many examples being done toward tolerance and to encourage others to be open to any nationality, any belief. I'm not sure if most of you been to UAE, but if you visit UAE, you can see by your own eye how people live in peace and harmony, and everybody being protected, as I said, by law. And really UAE people, not because I'm from UAE, really we are accepting others, we respect others, we are open to any nationality, any religion. Because at the end we are human, we need to work together for our prosperity and our peace. If something happens in any place in the world, we are in a small world. It would affect everyone, not the same. Even if you think you're not really being affected directly or indirectly, you will be affected. So we have to unite against terrorists, against extremism. So because this is really for our prosperity and for our peace. Thank you very much. And I think maybe later on, if there is any question, I will be here and we'll be happy to answer it. Thank you very much. 감사합니다.
네, 감사합니다. 이 짧은 시간인데
Thank you very much. I am sure that there were many messages conveyed by the ambassador in such a short time. And we were very impressed to the introduction of UAE's efforts for tolerance. And I don't know if you are having the interpretation headset, but there is some time constraint. But if you have any questions from the floor, I think we have a brief moment for Q&A session right now.
네, 저 뒤에 지금
yes.
질문을 하시겠다고
I see one person in the very back.
자, 마이크를 다시 한번
Can you take a microphone, please?
천천히 말씀을
And
해주시면
please speak slowly.
통역을 하도록 하겠습니다.
And there will be simultaneous interpretation provided for your question.
예.
Yes.
KBS 불교 방송에서 온
BTS. I am Bong-Ni Kim.
종교 화합을 위한 정책을 굉장히 감명 깊게 들었고
I was very impressed with the special speech of Arab Emirates efforts toward the progress. In 2019, you said there was papal visit, and in Korea, we had the hopes to invite Dalai Lama to Korea, but I don't know. I was wondering if you have any plans to invite other religious leaders to United Arab Emirates. Have any plans in that regard?
마이크. 네.
Okay. Thank you for your question. As I said, UAE is really open for any religion, for any leaders from any faith or religion. I'm sure our leaders in our country, they will welcome anybody from any religion. So to be honest, I don't have really specific that there is an invitation, specific invitation, but I'm sure they are most welcome. As I said, if you see, UAE is open. We have Buddhist temple, we have, as I said, many faith, religion worship places in the UAE. So they are most welcome anytime. I hope I answer your question.
네.
Thank you. Thank you.
네. 불교 방송의 그 기자분께서 질문해 주셨는데 아주 좋은 충분한 답이 된 짧은 답변이 아니었나 하는 생각이 듭니다.
Raised that question, and I'm sure that the question was answered by this ambassador. Because of our time constraint, we will not be honoring other questions. And next in order will be another special speech. Will be I will introduce the second special speaker, a very honorable guest, His Excellency Akiva Tor, who is the ambassador of Israel to the Republic of Korea, Israel. Ambassador, he graduated from Harvard University and obtained a master's degree from Columbia. He has served as the executive director for religious tradition, and he has served as an important personnel in all various different religious regions and stages. And his speech will be in the subject of defense of human dignity and personal freedom in an age of global connectivity. Let's give Ambassador Akiva Tor with a big round of applause.
안녕하세요. Shalom Aleichem, Salam Aleikum. I wanted to say thank you to His Excellency, my colleague, Abdullah Al-Saif Naimi. You've such a wonderful country. And just last week, I believe in the United Arab Emirates was the largest Jewish wedding since Muhammad founded the faith. And I think it's amazing the message that your country is giving to the whole world. Thank you very much. So thank you very much for inviting me to speak at the International Hanmom Science Conference. I think it's very remarkable that we have people from so many faith traditions coming to speak at this remarkable center of Buddhist thought. And it's a testament, I think, to the openness of the Buddhist tradition and of this institution. So thank you very much. I'm going to speak about something sort of not connected to Israel specifically. It's more about, I think, a crisis of our time. Humankind, at the opening of the 21st century, is experiencing a deep paradox. We are at the cusp of a technological, economic, and cultural moment in which the human race is closer to the vision of a united global community than in any previous time in history. Whoops, it's going the wrong way. Okay. The Roman Empire united most of the known world, but it was an empire built on slavery and domination. In our age, we can imagine, in the not impossibly distant future, a future in which the greater mass of humanity enters into the middle class through the advance of technology. This was an idea which began to take root after the end of the Second World War, through the defeat of fascism in Europe and Imperial Japan, and the establishment of the United Nations. It was later symbolized in the photograph Earthrise, taken by Apollo 8 on Christmas Eve, 1968, and considered by many to be the most important environmental awareness image of our time. The crew read to the entire world the story of the creation in the book of Genesis. A world which is pristine and good, a world in harmony with itself, imbued with the inherent truth and goodness of the Creator. In this vision, the current crises which beset the world, the invasion of Ukraine, the tensions with China, the Iranian nuclear project, global climate crisis, the elusiveness of the cure for cancer, these are just hiccups on the way to an underlying human awareness that we are brothers and sisters, destined to dwell together on this small, fragile, and beautiful planet, the Garden of Eden, which must be protected and cared for according to its guiding spirit. In honor of Sion Master Myeongdong Daheng, I should note that in the Jewish tradition, Adam and Eve were vegetarians, as were all the world's creatures at the inception of the biological order. I cannot say if this was Dharma existence, but it was a pristine existence of nonviolence. All the Creator's creatures living in perfect harmony. The world was truly the garden it is meant to be, a place to be tilled and kept. Genesis 2:15. This is a vision we must never let go of, despite the pessimism in my coming remarks. We cannot let go of the hope to establish the kingdom of heaven on earth in our time, a vision of peace and goodwill between all peoples as understood by all the great spiritual traditions and at the fundamental core of the three Abrahamic religions, Judaism, Christianity, and Islam. But today, I would like to speak about a major engine of the new global connectivity, which I believe has many benefits, but also many nefarious elements. Contemporary culture, 21st century economics, and the advance of new media technology through mega companies has created the means for a new global connectivity, connecting persons from opposite ends of the world effortlessly and almost cost-free. If Starlink, which we're looking at right now, continues as planned, satellite internet access will be provided to huge swaths of the earth and will be more prevalent than antibiotics and drinking water. It will provide a voice and platform to persons and groups who have been forever marginalized and voiceless. In today's technology, no one is kept quiet. Any person with a typewriter may establish their own private newspaper or YouTube television station. The world has become a true tower of babbling, but which would seem to be the means of the formation of a global citizenry. Oh, I didn't realize it had sound. And yet, in a paradox of our time, one often feels that the new global connectivity has led to a diminishment in human dignity, a vulgarization of the person, radicalization of politics, and a general decline in critical faculties, decency, and the democratic way of life. The internet promoted pornography and shameless exploitation. Dating and romance became an algorithm. Social media has involved the global return to high school with its bullying and dumbness. The plethora of potential information has caused a decline in critical discourse rather than a deeper insight. People prefer to tunnel and listen to that which they themselves agree rather than to hear a considered contrary opinion. Books have been forgotten, certainly challenging and difficult books. Culture is being leveled to street-level asphalt. We are all guilty of this. We have become addicted to screens. We have become plugged in to the Matrix, to the Borg, to the World Wide Web, and are in danger of losing our sense of person, our ability to reason and argue reasonably, our moral personality. There is even talk by Elon Musk of the creation of a neural chip which will enable us to become superior hybrid creatures through a melding with artificial intelligence. We need to approach all such innovation with the greatest of caution. We need to entertain very great suspicion at any such attempt to breach the cerebral divide, not because we are Luddites, but because we are religious humanists and believe in the majesty of the human mind and the unique essence of the human personality. In scriptural terms, God created Adam in his image, and hence Adam is unique and sovereign, and invested with those rights we deem to be self-evident. By this fundamental intuition, we understand the human personality as the proper arbiter of moral judgment. Our critical faculties can be aided by artificial intelligence, but God forbid we allow ourselves to be subsumed by computer code. In Hebrew, the term for human rights, zechuyot adam, has a double semantic meaning. It means human rights, but it also means rights of Adam. Rights possessed by every human by virtue of their being sons and daughters of Adam and Eve, the first humans who were created directly by the Creator and in His image. The intertextual biblical texture of modern Hebrew invests the Israeli human rights doctrine with added levels of commitment and meaning. In Israel, we began to become more acutely aware of the darker capacities of social media during the summer of 2014. The fighting between Israel and Hamas in Operation Protective Edge gave rise to massive anti-Israel demonstrations in Paris, London, and many of the cities of Western Europe. But these quickly devolved into extreme anti-Jewish rioting and attacks on Jewish persons in synagogues. The main agent of this incitement was social media, not only in Arabic, but also in French, Dutch, and German among the disaffected and alienated North African and Turkish youth of the failed suburbs of the European metropolis. Ultimately, this metastasized from a crisis of Jewish security to a general security crisis in Europe and mass acts of terror against the symbols of state. This in turn provoked an extreme right reaction and the emergence and strengthening of political parties hostile to minorities and democratic values and nostalgic for fascist leaders, in some cases, like the Austrian Freedom Party, which actually entered a governing coalition, and AfD, Alternative for Germany, which is a party nostalgic for the Nazi regime itself. The cycle of incitement was fueled by social media. The response of the internet and social media companies was always, hate speech requires more speech, not less speech. Of course, this simply fed the bottom line from the standpoint of business. These gleaming Silicon Valley campus companies of the new connectivity, apostles of progress in the new global humanity, took zero responsibility for the destruction they wrought. How really atrocious that in its first 15 years, the Google search engine, the beacon of progress, the contemporary Star Trek computer, in a search using the term Jew, delivered as its top 3 search suggestions neo-Nazi and Holocaust denial websites. It's fixed now, but it took a long time and quite a bit of coercion, for the search algorithm was sacred like Scripture. When we began to speak about this problem in 2014, about a need for a definition of anti-Semitism and other forms of dangerous hate speech, we were ignored by the social media companies and viewed skeptically as free speech opponents. Nowadays, with the deep polarization of politics and the crisis of democracy in the United States, United Kingdom, in Israel, and almost everywhere else, everyone knows that we are in deep crisis. The wide diffusion of knowledge has not stopped the prevalence of state propaganda by authoritarian and totalitarian regimes. The democracies have been internally weakened through the downgrading of debate, an internal divide that begins to seem structural. The screens have taken on an addictive quality which seems to me like a dopamine crisis, not unlike the opiate crisis in which TikTok is the new methamphetamines. The promiscuity of the internet seems to lead to less sex, less childbirth, and a wider sterility. Even the internet's luridness and animal vulgarity has backfired and failed the biological imperative, be fruitful and multiply. Genesis 1:28. I would hope that the challenges of the new media are transitory, and that the disruption we currently feel is a result of just that, a disruptive technology, and like society, after much suffering and disorder, ultimately recovered and incorporated the 19th century Industrial Revolution, inheriting an era of widespread, if still uneven, prosperity, the world will ultimately regain its balance from the digital revolution and be the better for it. I hope so. I pray so. Perhaps it is already beginning to happen. I believe a good example is Wikipedia, where the collective intelligence has created an encyclopedia of unique breadth, dynamism, and access, perhaps in its stretch and scope superior to any encyclopedic endeavor that has ever gone before. In just one small example of regaining balance, secular Jews who do not normally observe Shabbat have begun to understand that maybe Shabbat should become a refuge from the screen and cell phones. It's called digital Shabbat. The Shabbat was a gift of the Jewish people to all humankind. Perhaps it can also help solve the problem of screen time and digital addiction. I'm wondering if the current societal dilemma is entirely new. This paradox of global connectivity versus growing polarization is being played out in our time, but perhaps it preceded humanity, modernity. Perhaps there is a deeper spiritual paradox which we have resolved before in all of our traditions, and maybe it will help us again. How can we defend human dignity and personal moral autonomy in an age of collapsing interior boundaries? Can we learn to defend ourselves from the onslaught of new media by looking back into our faith traditions? Can we draw practical lessons from the religious traditions which understood mystical union as the highest spiritual experience and pursued a vision of world peace, while still maintaining as bedrock the fundamental belief and commitment to man's individuality, personal worth, and creation in the image of God? In the Jewish tradition, there is a vision of mystical unity of all existence, an ineffable truth behind everything, a deeper perception of reality which understands that our separation is ephemeral and mere illusion. In Kabbalistic and Hasidic thought, we find the idea that man must love his fellow man as himself, Leviticus 19:18, because people are not actually separate and distinct, but are in fact one thing. Self-love and love for the other are in fact one and the same. Tanya chapter 32. And yet we find that in the valley of Shinar, at the construction of the Tower of Babel in Genesis 11, God was not content to let society work its great project. A tower with its head in heavens, a people of one language, the same words in a single direction, powered by a cutting-edge brick-making technology. Was the Tower of Babel the modern totalitarian state? Or was it John Lennon's vision of Imagine? Or was it today's digital inundation and cultural leveling? Was it all of them? God preferred a world of many languages. The dream of the United Nations is the vision of Isaiah, of swords into plowshares and universal peace, Isaiah 2:4. But it is also a world of multicolor, diverse ideas, a panoply of nations and language, a world of very many words in Korean and Hebrew and Hindi, Arabic, English, and Chinese. Our challenge is to resist the uniformity of commercial culture and to find a more profound unity within the rich diversity of human existence. We find a vision of mystical union or unity of existence in all the traditions, Dveikut, Dharma, Nirvana, Tawhid, the dark night of the soul. But we don't find that the mystical visions leads to a cancellation of man's individual rights. The great traditions have found the way to coexist and bridge the gap between universal oneness and the individual. I admit I am not completely certain how this is accomplished, as there are significant intellectual obstacles if esoteric spiritual reflection determines that human individuality is an illusion, and yet the great religions have made peace between unity and diversity. They posit both the underlying unity of existence and the majesty of individual being. I am certain that this is a place where modernity, actually post-modernity, should take pause and learn a deep lesson. A few weeks ago, I had a powerful experience of diversity and union. I attended a wonderful Gyeomango concert at the National Theater. I had this incredible feeling of the unique aesthetic of this soul-moving Korean instrument and the pansori melody, which I did not understand, but which penetrates the soul. The connectedness of culture, specific creation with the greater human collective, perhaps it is mystical, perhaps mysterious. Maybe it is just a reflection of our shared human biology, but it is the strongest argument for why we must resist the leveling of culture, why we have to remain unique, and why we must maintain our cultural complexity and linguistic richness, no matter how harsh and crushing the onslaught of popular culture. The great spiritual traditions always recognized and knew how to reconcile the fundamental of unity of being with the unique identity and worth of the individual human personality. They will help us again in the 21st century in the defense of human dignity and freedom before every challenge. I'd like to show you very, very briefly a project of the Israeli embassy in which we tried to create a fusion of the traditional Korean and Hebrew culture.
This is my first time meeting even Korean people and the Korean culture and the Korean music, and I'm very happy about it.
음악을 시작하고 섞이다 보면 대화가 되는구나. 그래서 음악이야말로 만국의 공용어구나라는 생각을 또 한번 해봅니다.
So I think this was an example of the uniqueness of culture and the unity of culture. Next week begins the Jewish New Year, which in our tradition is a period of judgment and mercy. And I wish all of you a sweet year, a happy year, much accomplishment, and all success, spiritual, physical, and otherwise. Thank you.
네, 대단히 감사합니다.
Thank you very much for that presentation.
질문이
So if there are any questions, we'll take questions at this time. So Ambassador Akiva Tor talked about in our life what's deeply, well, we're living in the era of connectivity with the internet, and in this modern world, we're losing a bit of humanity. And so we should not be slaves to the computer, to the chips and the grid. So from traditional religion, maybe we can find the answer. That was what was questioned, and I do believe there was a strong message there and a truth behind that. And also, Zen Master Daeheng also said the world where we will lose ourselves to computers might come. She also really warned of these dangers, and we could really relate to that. So it was a very good presentation and insightful, especially the traditional Korean instruments that moved you, and you had that experience. Tonight, actually, we're going to have a reception where we will have a performance such as that, a Korean traditional music performance. So please have excitement about that, please. Okay.
감사합니다.
네. 혹시 플로어에서
So from
질문이
the
있으시면
floor,
한
if
분
there are
정도
any questions, we'll take
시간
one
관계상
question
받도록
from the
하겠습니다.
floor because we don't have much time. One question.
네.
Yes, in the front, I think.
주지스님께서
주지스님,
사인을 주셨습니다. 마이크를 좀 준비해 주시죠.
can we bring the microphone?
네, 네 강연.
So thank you very much for that presentation. It was very impressive and insightful. And in the beginning,
문제점에 대한
you talked about
말씀을
some issues.
하셔서 그냥 지나가야 되는지도 모르겠습니다.
I don't know if I should just pass it, but
이러한 상황을 그 국가나 또 종교적으로 어떤 그 해결 방안을 찾아가고 계시는지.
Finding the issues you mentioned, are you finding, what are the states doing, or the religious leaders? Is there anything being done? I've seen an article, the soldiers in war, they have a lot of trauma, but there's some programs to alleviate their trauma by having surgery to remove their memories. And that is going to be planned in the near future. That's what I saw in a news article. When I saw this, I thought maybe that's a good thing to do that for the soldiers. But having chips in our brain, that thought of that, let's say if I'm the person that has the chip in my head, I'm troubled. What will happen to me? And I was worried listening to that. So, but with Israel and the religious community, if you're addressing this problem and looking for a solution, can you tell me like what the state or the religious leaders or what you're doing basically to alleviate these problems? What's going on?
I think this is a challenge that we will face, and the religious leadership will have to find its position. On the one hand, in the Abrahamic traditions, well, in Judaism, I think also in Islam, and also I think also in Christianity, we believe that something about the created order is perfect. So the idea of an upgrade is kind of, problematic. On the other hand, if we are going to be rational, will we reject every possibility of boosting the intellectual competence of humankind? If we would do that, then maybe we should reject glasses, and maybe we should reject many things. I think we'll have to find some sort of way to live with it. But again, I think that there's a danger of, I think we have to be very careful. And I think that one thing that I think that we've understood is that generally progress is considered to be, by definition, good. And it takes a long time for people to realize it's not always good. And that it has to be, viewed not with suspicion, but with caution. Who would have thought that internet, that so much capacity for people to have a voice would destabilize democratic states and strengthen authoritarian states? Who would have thought that that would happen? And yet that's exactly what happens. So I think that we have to approach any biological intervention inside human personhood with very, 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 very great caution. But that's my position. I'm not the chief rabbi. But I think that the religions will be a force for saying, let's go slow on this and be very careful and really understand what we're doing. Thank you.
네, 감사합니다. 좋은 답변을 명쾌한 답변을 주신
Thank you very much. I think that was a very nice and great answer for the question that was raised. This will conclude a special speech session, and the two ambassadors to the Republic of Korea, our population exceeds 50 million people, but Arab Emirates and over 10 million in population. So we have learned messages, not only religious messages, but other various messages from two distinguished guests of honor through their special speeches. And these were the session that gave us great wisdom through which we could solve our crisis and the issues we're encountered with presently. And please give a big round of applause to the keynote speaker and special session speakers.
네, 감사합니다.
Thank you very much.
지금까지 좌장 사회를 봐주신
big round of applause.
교수님께서는 현재 한마음과학원에서 연구활동을
Professor
하고 계시고요.
Jae-seok Choi is working at the Hanmaum Science Institute as a team research team member, and is working at the Department of Seafood Science and Technology in Gyeongsang National University, and is conducting research on functional food materials in seawoods. Now he will serve as a moderator for session 1. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Jae-seok Choi, professor at Gyeongsang University, whom the moderator just introduced. We have listened to the keynote speech and special speeches before our break. And from this session, we will now discuss about contemporary society and practical role of religion. And in this session 1, we will invite Honorable Rest, Professor Brett G. Shaft, and Professor Shaft will talk about the pandemic that has united and divided us, a U.S. and Latter-day Saint perspectives on creating interconnection and harmony in a new normal age. He obtained a PhD degree from Yale Law, and he is an esteemed scholar who is the chairman of the Rex E. Lee Law Committee, and he has published various academic journals. And we will like to warmly welcome Professor Brett G. Shaft, who came all the way from the United States.
Please. Thank you very much. It's an honor and a privilege and a pleasure to be here with you today. I'd like to express my heartfelt gratitude to the president of the Hanmaum Seon Foundation, Venerable Haisu Sunim, to the headmaster, Venerable Haisol Sunim, to the manager of the Hanmaum Science Institute, Venerable Haichan Sunim, and the vice director, Yang Hee Lee. And I would also like to apologize for my Korean pronunciation. It's my honor to follow Ambassador Abdullah Saif Al-Naimi and Ambassador Akivator. Their remarks, I think, were very important this morning. The UAE's efforts to promote tolerance and respect and harmony are very important in the world today. And Ambassador Tor's discussion of human dignity resonates deeply with my heart. For the last 5 years, our center has been focusing on the concept of human dignity as a way of building bridges to create cultures of dignity around the world, and as also a foundational principle for human rights in general and for freedom of religion and belief in particular. One of our efforts was to help work on the Punta del Este Declaration on Human Dignity for Everyone, Everywhere. And this declaration was adopted in 2018 on the 70th anniversary of the adoption of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, and seeks to restore and return human rights discourse to its foundational principles as a way of depoliticizing human rights and also trying to create bridges to places where human rights are somewhat suspect. Next year already will be the 75th anniversary of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, and we will be again working on projects related to human dignity. One of particular interest here may be a project focusing on Asian conceptions of human dignity. In China alone, each of the classical schools of thought, Confucian, Tao, and Moism, each have important concepts of dignity at the heart of their understandings of humanity. And yet, this has largely been lost in Chinese civilization. We believe also that in Korea, Japan, and other places in Asia, there may be understandings of human dignity that it's important for others in the world to understand. In addition, we'll be leading a project on Islamic conceptions of human dignity and another project on the Abrahamic faiths and their conceptions of human dignity. So the overlaps and interplay for Muslims, Jews, and Christians. And so, Ambassador Tor, it was wonderful to hear your emphasis on the principle of human dignity. I've been asked to talk about the coronavirus pandemic and what it has meant for us as societies. And the metaphor to which I have been drawn is that of an institutional stress test. My remarks will focus primarily on the United States. I'm not an expert on Korea, so you'll be able to engage in your own comparative analysis. Perhaps you remember in high school, at least when I was in high school, we had a science competition where we were each given a piece of balsa wood and we were asked to construct a bridge out of that very soft and malleable material. And then a weight was placed upon the bridge, increasing in pressure until the bridge collapsed. And the winner was the bridge that could bear the most weight. I've come to view COVID-19 as something of a stress test upon our institutions, our governmental institutions, our religious institutions, media, business, education. Virtually all of our institutions have been subject to considerable stress. The pandemic in the United States is something you've probably followed in the news, but I don't think we have been a model for handling these stresses. The United States has experienced about 16% of worldwide cases of COVID-19, more than 94 million. There have also been more than 1 million deaths in the United States, accounting for 16% of the deaths worldwide. The United States, in contrast, accounts for only 4% of the world's population. So our representation on both of these numbers is about 4 times higher than global averages would suggest they should be. Now, some of this may be due to reporting and keeping of statistics, but that cannot be all of it. I think we must look and reflect in a critical way upon the way that we have handled the stress tests of the coronavirus pandemic. Religion in the pandemic has been a particular focus of my scholarly interest. And as I have thought about the response and the treatment of religion in the coronavirus pandemic, I have several observations to share. The first is that there is no blanket exemption for religious groups for restrictions on gathering or other types of health-based restrictions. Yes, freedom of religion and belief is a fundamental right, but it is not an absolute right. It may be limited in appropriate ways and under appropriate circumstances. And under international human rights instruments, public health is one of the legitimate bases for limiting religious freedom. In the United States as well, any compelling government interest, including public health, is a basis for limitation. Now, I should say that in the United States, there has been a little bit of a double standard. When outbreaks of COVID were traced to religious groups, There was an early outbreak in New York City that was traced to Orthodox Jewish communities. Those communities were often targeted as being especially dangerous and especially virulent centers of spreading disease. And it was interesting because around the same time, another outbreak was happening in Boston at a scientific convention. And the number of people who were infected in that gathering was actually similar to the number of people who were affected in the Orthodox neighborhoods. But the treatment of those outbreaks by the media could not have been more different. The treatment of the scientific conference was as if this was just an unfortunate side effect of a legitimate gathering, whereas the outbreak that was connected to traditional religious communities was treated as pathological. In the United States, we remember hearing about early outbreaks in Korea that may have also targeted unpopular religious groups for special condemnation. There are legal strategies for addressing and protecting religious freedom, even at times of stress, even at times such as the coronavirus pandemic. I will mention 3 of those principles. The first is the rule of law, basic principles of non-discrimination. The second is the principle of reasonable accommodation. And the third is the legitimate bases for limiting religious freedom when there is a compelling state interest and when there is no less restrictive means of achieving that interest. First, the baseline principles of rule of law. This is pretty basic. When the government acts, it needs to do so pursuant to legal authority. Sometimes in times of emergency and stress, the emergency is felt so severely that the basic principles of rule of law can be forgotten. And you sometimes get something like decrees or just simple wielding of power that can break and violate even the most basic rules of the rule of law. We saw this occasionally around the world, although for the most part, the emergency powers granted to governments are quite robust. And so in the early days of the emergency especially, when the scope, causes, risks of the danger are not well understood, muscular and responsive government action is understandable. As time passes, of course, and as the risks are better understood, the amount of deference that should be given to governments with respect to emergency powers will gradually decrease. The second basic fundamental starting principle is non-discrimination. Religious activities should be treated at least as favorably as similar secular activities. Now, figuring out what is relevantly similar is not always easy. But when we think of religious gatherings, we might think of other gatherings, such as theaters or concerts. And the same types of limitations that exist in those settings ought not be less restrictive than the restrictions that apply to religious gatherings. In the United States, for example, early on, courts were very deferential to the government as it limited religious freedom. But in time, economic interests pressed for liberalization of these limits. And so, for example, in Nevada, casinos were reopened. at a time when church gatherings were still prohibited. When that case made its way to the U.S. Supreme Court, the U.S. Supreme Court ruled that this inconsistent treatment was unconstitutional because it was treating religion less favorably than gambling. Now, the casinos argued that it was different, that in religious gatherings people were in close proximity and stayed there for a long time, sometimes an hour or more. To which the response is, that sounds like a lot like standing around a table betting or playing cards in a casino as well. One of the things that saddened me the most is when limitations on touching, for blessings, for last rites, were more restrictive than limitations for tattoo parlors or massage parlors or even prostitution. In Belgium, for a long time, it was illegal for a priest to touch a parishioner while the prostitution houses had been opened out of public necessity. This seems to me to get our priorities exactly backwards. The second basic principle is reasonable accommodation. In time, it usually becomes possible to be sensitive to the special needs of religious communities. Sometimes those needs relate to diet, or to religious attire, or sacred holidays and rituals. In a state that cares about religious freedom, there will be an effort to begin accommodating those legitimate religious needs, even at a time when general prohibitions on gathering still exist. One of the things that made me realize that our priorities in the United States were backwards was that in Germany, the schools reopened at a time when bars and restaurants remained closed. In the United States, it was opposite. The schools remained closed when the bars and restaurants were able to reopen. And just now, we are beginning to grapple with the learning deficits that occurred because of the imperfections of online learning, and especially the differences in the impact of online learning on wealthy versus poor children. It turns out that for the most vulnerable communities, the failure to reopen the schools was the most acute. And we heard many stories of hypocrisy where school board members were voting to keep the schools closed while they were sending their children to private schools that were already gathering in person. The way we treat our children, I think, is an important measure of whether we have our priorities correct. And I cannot help but be quite critical of the United States priorities in this regard. And frankly, some of the blame falls upon the powerful teachers' unions, who were often writing the government regulations restricting activities in schools at a time when it was quite clear from the scientific evidence that the risk of transmission and the risk of serious illness to children was quite a bit lower. Now, this isn't to say there was no risk, but we did not do a good job of balancing the risks of COVID against the other risks of isolation, the risks of lost learning. When we think about accommodations, there are three very different attitudes that we might adopt. In the United States, we have laws which require reasonable accommodation of religion in a variety of circumstances, but usually those accommodations are viewed as unfortunate exceptions to general and neutral rules. And so the accommodations are issued begrudgingly and only after much effort on behalf of the group seeking an accommodation. In other places, I think France may be an example of this. Accommodations are viewed as adjustments that religious communities must make in order to comply with the general and neutral norms. And so prohibitions on headscarves for Muslim women or kippah for Jewish men are viewed as prohibiting those expressions in public is an accommodation the religious people are expected to make in the name of equal citizenship for all. But there's a third way of thinking about accommodation. It's what I am receiving here as a guest in Korea. It is the accommodation we find at a hotel. I am being accommodated. I am given a place where I am safe, where I can rest and sleep without a gun under my pillow, and where I can feel that even though I am a stranger, my needs are being taken into account. Unfortunately, in the United States, I don't think we think of accommodation with this ethic of hospitality. Rather, we tend to think of an accommodation under an ethic of rights. And so, when I'm speaking in the United States about reasonable accommodation, I'm often urging us to shift our perspective. The third legal principle is the compelling state interest and least restrictive means test. This basically says that if religious freedom is being restricted, the state must show two things. First, that there is a compelling interest served by the restrictions, and public health is surely one of those compelling state interests. But the more interesting and important part of the test is whether there is a less restrictive means of securing that interest. This is sometimes called narrow tailoring. This is often not the case. It turns out that sometimes the limitations we place are greater than what is really necessary to secure the interest. And again, I think we can sense this when we see differential treatment. If other gatherings are treated more favorably than religious gatherings, then the compelling state interest test would not be satisfied. Now, in the United States, responses of religious communities to these government rules varied somewhat. For the most part, the responses were pluralistic. Much of the regulation of religion and other gatherings that took place came not from a unified national approach, but from various states and localities. And there was quite a variety, and most of them had tiered response systems that were implemented to vary the degree of restrictions based upon the level of current infections. For the most part, faith communities exhibited attitudes of cooperation and caution. Many faith communities, most really, swiftly and voluntarily imposed restrictions on themselves that met or exceeded government regulations. On the other hand, there were some religious groups that challenged government coronavirus restrictions in the courts. There were dozens of cases. For the most part, early in the pandemic, courts were very deferential to the government, and these challenges by religious organizations were unsuccessful. Over time, as we learned more about COVID-19, courts focused less on deference and more on equal treatment. And I think this was an appropriate and understandable shift over time. Often overlooked are the positive efforts that many religious communities made to give spiritual and mental health support to people who are suffering during the coronavirus. Some studies have indicated that anxiety and depression levels increased fourfold during the pandemic. And many faith communities were very proactive in addressing the mental and spiritual health needs of their congregations. In addition, many religious communities were at the forefront of humanitarian responses to the pandemic, doing things like creating face masks early on when they were underproduced, or providing shelter to a homeless population, or to provide food packets that met the dietary requirements of different communities. One thing that we saw on display was the indispensable role that religious institutions play in society in unifying and strengthening communities at times of crisis. As important as the legal strategies are for dealing with coronavirus, it may be the non-legal strategies that are also important for us to reflect upon. Again, I will mention three. First, the importance of patience, forbearance, and restraint. Secondly, the importance of being a light in times of darkness. And thirdly, the concept of human dignity for all people at all times in all places. First, patience, forbearance, and restraint. Many of us had different perspectives on the appropriate response to the coronavirus pandemic, and many of us were quite intolerant of those who did not share our perspective. Even in our religious communities, those who refused to wear face masks seemed very uncaring for the interests of those who were vulnerable, especially to illness and infection. And on the other hand, those who believed strongly in taking very cautious precautions were often very intolerant of those who viewed things differently. As we've learned more about what works and what doesn't work in controlling the spread of the coronavirus, we come to understand that zealots on both sides were probably mistaken. I had a high school friend named Mark McKinney, and he became a high school football coach, American football. And he died when he was about 40 years old of heart failure. But before he died, he invited me to attend one of the high school football games. His team had lost every game that year, and it was the last game of the season. And they lost that game too. But I remember my friend Mark for this. He got into the locker room before the game, during halftime of the game, at the end of the game, and he preached one thing. He said, "Let's be classy." Now, that may not translate easily, but it basically means let's behave with dignity. Let's behave with self-respect as well as respect for our opponents. And oftentimes, when I see the way we react, especially when we're upset, maybe we're losing, the temptation to not behave with self-respect can be very great. Secondly, is the idea of being a light. In the Christian tradition, Jesus taught, "Ye are the light of the world." He also taught, "I am the light of the world. He that followeth me shall not walk in darkness, but shall have the light of life." And in John, the scriptures teach, "The light shines in the darkness, and the darkness has not overcome it." This, I think, is common to virtually all religious traditions. the idea of being a light resonates in the Abrahamic faiths, and I believe it resonates very deeply within Buddhist faith as well. Finally, the idea of human dignity. If we always strive to treat each other with dignity and respect, we may not always get every detail of our responses correct, but it will help point us in the right direction. Human dignity, we believe, is uniquely generative. Really, everyone can add something to our understanding of what human dignity is and what human dignity means. Another thing we've noticed about human dignity is that it tends to lift discourse from division to consensus. In our discussion of rights, including important human rights, it's very easy for our discussions to descend and to become argumentative and to end up in the ditch. But if we focus on dignity, it's almost impossible for us not to think about the other as well as ourselves, and our discourse tends to be elevated. So let me conclude. And I'm sorry to say I need to conclude on a somber note. Because as I think about the coronavirus crisis in the United States, yes, I think of it as a health crisis. But perhaps more importantly and more lasting, it has been a crisis of trust. Trust is foundational to all of our important relationships, be it marriage, business, civic, or even ecclesiastical relationships. When we stop trusting each other and our institutions, our relationships and our institutions will fall apart. Responsible institutions have now been proven to be more trustworthy. But those worthy of mistrust have seen their levels of trust, the levels of lack of trust, increase dramatically. And so, I believe that most of our important institutions, the government, the press, our public health authorities, some of our religious institutions, some of our business institutions, many of our educational institutions have lost a good share of the public trust over the course of the pandemic. There are admirable exceptions to this rule. But for the losers, those who have lost trust, this is very sobering, because trust, once lost, can be very difficult to regain. Thank you.
코로나 팬데믹이 장기화되면서 얻어지는 이제
with this stress due to prolonged and extended period of pandemic, I believe this professor's discourse on the legal and non-legal responses to a corona pandemic, and his speech that trust will be the fundamental element of all relationship. It was very touching and impressive. Now is a brief Q&A session. So those who have questions, please go ahead.
이창수 교수님.
Professor Chang-Soo Lee.
자유권 수호를 위한 어떤 그 법적 비법적 전략을 이렇게 아주 명확하게
I have heard your insights on legal and non-legal approaches to our freedom of human rights.
Be light.
Yes, I heard be light, reflect light. And I forgot the other one. When you talked about non-legal strategies, and yes, I heard you speak that there are common elements in Buddhist religion. In Buddhism, the actual practice, putting the ideas into action. So I would like your brief answer on the purpose of all these activities.
I'm not sure I understand your question entirely. I had a daughter who was a Mormon missionary during coronavirus, and she was serving in the German Alpine Mission, which is a German-speaking mission in southern Germany, Switzerland, and Austria. And during the pandemic, in many parts of the world, missionaries were sent home because there was not much they could do when they were confined to their apartments. My daughter spent 10 weeks confined entirely to her apartment, only able to leave one time a week to go shopping for food. And it was very interesting to see the efforts they made to be support to each other and to continue their work at a time when it was very difficult. They conducted meetings on the phone, through social media, through Zoom, but they were very scrupulous about following the rules in the countries where they lived. In that case, Germany, Austria, and Switzerland. I think most of the foreign missionaries that serve in Korea went home early on in the pandemic. I had one neighbor whose son was in Korea, and they were sent home. And the rule from Korea was a 10-day quarantine. So he came home and spent 10 days quarantined in his bedroom before he was able to go out. So I think for all religious communities, the pandemic created remarkable challenges. And I don't know all of the details because I'm an academic, not a church leader, but I think there was an effort, I would say a good faith effort, to follow the rules and regulations in the countries where missionaries were serving. I can also say that the humanitarian efforts of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints were quite remarkable during coronavirus. The level of activity in humanitarian projects was, I think, higher than it's ever been in the history of the church. Again, I'm not quite sure I understood your question, so I hope I've responded appropriately.
예, 그 질문에 대해서 적절한 답변을 해주신 것 같고요.
You have provided a very good answer to the question. If there's no question due to time constraint, we will conclude this session, and let us give a big round of applause to Professor Brett Schaft, who made a speech on pandemic. And the next in order will be Son Master Daeng's use of Dharma songs to teach Son Buddhism in contemporary Korean society by Venerable Cheonggo, who is the head of Hammam International Culture Institute. He became a Buddhist monk 30 years ago, and he is practicing Buddhism in Korea at Hammam Sonsena. He is now engaged in translation of the Son Master Daeng's Dharma discourses to English language. Please welcome Venerable Cheonggo.
Thank you very much. Okay. So, a little bit of a different change in topic here. One of the things about Sun Master Deheng is that she deeply saw the potential inherent in every single person. People had this potential, but they didn't believe in it. They didn't know it for themselves. So much of what she spent her time doing was teaching people and trying to get them in touch with this, trying to lead them one step further towards realizing it for themselves. And one of the more, so one of the more unique teachings, one of the more unique aspects of her teachings was that she used what we call Dharma songs to connect with and teach people. Right now, there are over 60 of these songs that she wrote, and they teach the skills and the attitudes that foster spiritual growth. Now, we'll talk about them later. The music was composed by other people, and I have no musical education, so I won't talk about that. But I will show an example of one of the Dharma songs in just a bit. Now, in general, though, these songs focus inwardly, and they have a very strong undercurrent of non-duality, of our connection with everyone else and our inherent potential. And as a teaching method, these are perhaps ideally suited to Korea, because if you look around, the words noraebang mean like karaoke bar, and you'll see it everywhere. And if you give an American or a German a microphone and say sing, they kind of go like this. Koreans step forward. And so there's a different attitude towards song and singing, and so these might be well suited. Okay. Let's see. Oops, back. 여기 비디오가 어떻게 돼요? 촬영? Okay. This is a kind of a standard choir performance of one of the Dharma songs. Okay. This is a very typical example, and sometimes they're much bigger scale as well. But let's see. Okay. Okay, the earliest recorded Buddhist song in Korea is actually from the 7th century. And this was a song that the great monk Wonhyo made and sang. We just know the title, and the title was Unhindered. And it probably mimicked a farmer's song or a working song, but because we just don't have many records from that era as to how frequently this was happening. Most of the records involve the doings of kings, and so how the ordinary people lived wasn't as well recorded. In the early 20th century, though, we started to see a lot of Buddhist hymns. I call them hymns because they were modeled directly on the Christian church hymns. Now, and they used the same melodies with Buddhist words set to them. And the ironic thing is a lot of them came with Japanese Buddhist missionaries. Buddhism was proscribed by the Chosun dynasty, and so the Japanese missionaries came to Korea to help spread Buddhism, and they brought this idea with them. But also the early Christian missionaries were quite active in Korea, and so I think people naturally saw the people in the churches singing hymns and thought, hey, let's try that. And it didn't get a lot of traction until after the Korean War and after the 1960s when things began to settle down a bit. But in the 1970s, there was an explosion of composers, classically trained composers, who were developing these Buddhist songs and Buddhist lyrics. One of the famous ones actually became the first choir director here at Hammam Sonwon in the 1980s. And his name is So Chang-up. And that was actually his son that was directing the choir in the video. Okay. The other interesting thing is that if you look at the movement to translate the Buddhist ceremonies and texts from the Chinese character Hanmun versions into the modern vernacular Hangul, it parallels the development of Buddhist songs. In the 1910s, 1920s, in the 1950s and 60s and 70s, you saw this movement to translate ceremonies into vernacular language. And the interesting thing is, it was often the same people doing these translations as who were also working at doing Buddhist songs. So we see the very famous Yongson Snim in the 1920s. In the 1950s and 60s, we had Unho Snim, who worked very diligently to translate books into Korean. And then the founder of this center, Deheng Kunsanim, so Master Deheng, who also translated the daily ceremonies and sutras into Hangul. And there's an interesting connection there between the people who do one tended to work on the other one as well. Okay. So today, assuming I don't use up all my time, I'd like to briefly look at 4 major Dharma songs by Deheng Snim. And I've selected these as giving a general overview of different ideas and concepts. The Mind of All Buddhas is the very first one, but it also emphasizes our inherent potential. Live Magnificently is one of the most popular ones. It's probably in the top 3 most used Dharma songs. And it teaches about habit energy and the consciousnesses of the lives that make up our body. Completing Myself teaches about basic spiritual practices and attitudes that foster growth. And The Life of a Great Being belongs to a very small category of songs that don't really teach much, but instead describe the life of a person who's very deeply awakened, describes how they function. Okay. I suspect the translator is having to speak very quickly to catch up with me today, so I'll take a breath. All right. So The Mind of All Buddhas is the very first Dharma song that Master Deheng wrote in the late 1970s. The mind of all Buddhas is my one mind. The great functioning of all Buddhas is the functioning of my one mind in daily life. The body of all Buddhas is the body of every sentient being. The love and compassion of all Buddhas is the love and compassion of all sentient beings. Doing good or doing bad all depend upon how I use my mind. Now, one of the things about this is that she's telling people, when she first started teaching people, the biggest problem she ran into was people didn't believe in their own inherent light. You call it Buddha nature or God or inherent divinity. People didn't have faith in this. They had such a desire, habit and so much suffering, they tended to see good things as coming from outside themselves. They didn't have a connection with this. So this very first song just hits this connection, just emphasizes this connection. Through this one mind, through this foundation, you are connected to all Buddhas. You're connected to all their ability. You're connected to all their functioning. That's what you're tied into, and just really trying to get this point across to people. And it's a song, so you have to memorize it. And you sing it over and over and over and let it sink in to really get a grip on people's consciousness. One of the interesting things here is she used the word my one mind to describe this non-dual whole. And you're like, well, wait a minute, my, your, that doesn't quite fit. But what she's doing here is very interesting because she's it's an extra chance to drive home that idea that you're connected to it. If you just say one mind, then people who are already on a very expecting something outside themselves, they drift into viewing one mind as being something separate from them. And so she's really driving home that idea. It's not separate. It's not separate. Okay. And she said one of the lessons from this song is that shape is my shape. That mind is my mind. That life is my life. Because everything is not two. And she told people, think about this point. Reflect on that. See where you can apply that to your life. And then the last part, doing good or doing bad, all depend upon how I use my one mind, right? We have this connection. We have this, if you will, direct line to all the energy of the universe, but we have to use it. We have to make an effort to actually try to use it. If I don't try to use it, even though it's there, it's no good to me. And okay. One of the interesting things about Daehaeng Dharma songs versus traditional Korean Buddhist Dharma songs is that she gave the name of her songs Sambopga, or Songs of the Principles of Sun, or Zen, Chan. Whereas the normal Korean word was Chambulga, or Songs of Praise of the Buddhas and Bodhisattvas. So right there you can kind of see the difference in attitude, where it's like we're not praising somebody, we're not extolling somebody else's virtues. We're saying, this is what you need to do to realize your own inherent light. Okay. So the second song I'd like to look at is called Live Magnificently. And so consciousnesses have gathered together through karmic links and formed a body. Billions of lives make up this body. With every instant, they arise and disappear and arise again, functioning according to their level, all kinds of suffering follows along. Take the suffering and hardships of the rise and gather them together within your one mind. Do this. Then the lives within your body will be transformed into bodhisattvas. Then the lives within your body will all be saved. Our one mind and all Buddhas exist together, working together as one. All minds are my mind. All bodies are my body. Not a thing is separate from me. Truly realize this for yourself and bring forth this one mind. Raise high this unseen five-colored pillar and go forward entrusting everything to it. Live magnificently through all of life's ups and downs. Live magnificently. Live magnificently. In this song, Sun Master Deheng emphasizes the idea that the consciousnesses of the lives within our body, and these are the states of consciousness that we've experienced as we've evolved over eons. This is kind of an interesting concept, and it has some parallels in traditional Buddhist thought, but to briefly look at it, give a simple overview. She's saying that when we encounter something, it's as if our mental reaction to that is re-recorded. We re-record that and we input that within us. And it sits there until it arises again. Sometime in the future, according to whatever circumstances. And then you can see this for yourself if you've ever had two completely opposite thoughts at the same time. I need to exercise and lose weight. Oh, some Pringles potato chips would taste really good right now. Like at the same time. It's like, wait a minute, what? But if you think that, if you look at these thoughts as being separate recordings from some time in the past, then it makes sense why you can have completely opposite thoughts at the same time. Right. And some Master Deheng said that when these thoughts arise, if we just react to them, if we just unthinkingly react to them, then what we're doing is we re-record this. We re-record this energy with a little bit extra. So they tend to become stronger and stronger over time. But now they arise from within us. And so if I suddenly feel angry, if I suddenly feel sad, if I suddenly feel happy, the tendency is to look around me and say, why do I feel this way? And it's like, oh, it's because of this, it's because of that. And so we make the mistake of blaming somebody else, blaming the circumstances, and attributing that. And that, again, causes a whole nother chain of problems. But what some Master Deheng is saying with this song is that it's because of these karmic states of consciousness, that because they gather together and they cause us to be reborn with a body that matches the level of their existence. So if I live a very high level life, that's the direction I tend to move in. But the problem is I have these karmic states of consciousness that I've created over the course of my evolution. So by definition, they're at a lower level of past state of evolution than where I am now. So it's like, I've evolved to this level, but I still get states of consciousness at this level, and it's not pleasant. I'm trying to move beyond that, and I keep getting drugged back by habits and thought energy from an earlier era. Now, the thing is, though, instead of just reacting to these, if instead we entrust them, if we let them return them inwardly, they dissolve. Instead of re-recording them, we make a blank recording. Now, the implication of this idea of karmic states of consciousness is that since we've made them, we have the power to unmake them. We fully have the power to create something else. It's not in somebody else's hands. I'm the one who made this, so I'm the one who can do something about it. Further, I'm the one, now that I know about this, who has to take responsibility to deal with this. It's not going to happen by somebody else doing something for me. The last point I'll make about this song is that Daehaeng Snim said, you know, in Buddhism, we talk about saving all beings, right? And people automatically assume other people, other creatures. But Daehaeng Snim said the first lives you have to save are the lives within you. If you take these states of consciousness of the lives within you and you turn them around, you're helping them evolve. By exposing them to your fundamental mind, you're raising their state of awareness. In that sense, they're evolving. Okay. Let me take a quick look at the history of Sun Master Daehaeng's Dharma songs. There are currently 66 Dharma songs by Sun Master Daehaeng, and the first one was The Mind of All Buddhas, and that was in the late 1970s. And these contents came from her Dharma talks. Sometimes they were poems she gave, sometimes they were just verses. But then at some point in the early 1980s, she gave a notebook of these to one of the composers she knew, and she said, hey, take a look at this and see if you can make some songs from these. And invite your other friends who are composers and see if there's something interesting here for you. And so by the 1987, when the Sun Center published its first ceremony book, there were 10 Dharma songs in the back. I think another 10 they were using that weren't published. And by 2010, there were 52 Dharma songs. And the latest collection of Dharma songs gathered everything that was together, and there's 66 in this version. Not only are they sung by the choir, but they're also sung as part of regular ceremonies for the dead, you know, a cappella, no instruments. They're sung at candlelight ceremonies, they're sung at lantern lighting ceremonies, and they're sung at any sort of formal gathering of the Sinims or lay people. Okay. The third song is called The Path of Completing Myself. And this is a straightforward song about spiritual practice. Entrust everything that confronts you to one place. When things don't go well, return them to the one place. With this intention, make things work out for the best. Make things work out for the best. Return every kind of thing this way. This is the most basic aspect of Daehaeng Snim's teachings about spiritual practice. Have faith in your fundamental mind, your Buddha nature, and keep entrusting everything that comes up to that. Keep working at that. Then, even when something arises again and again from inside or confronts you continuously from outside, all of this is your true self, your foundation, testing you, checking you, seeing how you handle things. Even when things overwhelm you, don't be scared. Don't get caught up in like or dislike. Just take it all as part of your life, as part of your practice, and so respond to others gently. Speak to others gently. Let go of everything to this wise one mind. This one, okay. I'm running out of time, so I will not go into as much detail as I would like. But the idea that no matter what comes, just face it bravely. Don't be shaken, don't be scared, do your best and face it bravely. And again, don't blame other people. If you have to, think of it as, this is my true self testing me. If you view something like this, if you have one problem and you think, oh, this is Professor Yang just harassing me, you have one reaction. Instead, if you think, this is my true self testing me, the reaction is completely different, right? If I'm reaching under here and I just whack my head, I just kind of, ouch, okay, and I forget about it. If somebody else were to hit me the same extent, it'd be like, I'm gonna get you, buddy, right? You know, just hatred. You know, this guy hurt me, and it's the same pain. But how I view that, how I interpret that, is causes a completely different reaction within me. And this song is also a very hopeful song because it says, if you keep practicing, if you keep working at this, then the light will come on. You'll make that connection. Okay. The Life of a Great Being. This is a fun song. This mountain, that mountain, great mountain, green mountain, stepping down into the world, reaching up and grabbing the heaven and earth, making them my hat, hanging the moon and the sun from my staff, taking a drink of clear water, this life of one who is truly awakened. What more could you want? This mountain, that mountain, great mountain, green mountain, grabbing all the loose strands together, forming them into a top knot, using my staff as a hairpin to hold them all steady. What more could anyone want than this life of a free person? Looking up at the sky as I strike the earth with my staff, a pillar of energy rises up and penetrates the heaven. And the heavens begin to rotate around this pillar. Pierced and connected by this lion's pillar of fire is every being in the universe. Taking care of worlds as they arise and disappear is just a moment in this life of a truly awakened one. Oh, so magnificent. So this is one of those songs that talks about the ability of a person who's truly awakened. You know, gather up all the loose strands into a top knot and, you know, stick a stick through it and hold it all together. What are loose strands? Are just everything in the world. You know, being able to take care of it, being able to improve it. You can't fix everything necessarily, but you can sure move things in a more positive direction. And this ties into one of the big themes of Sun Master Deheng's teachings, and that's the idea of knowing versus doing. Because normally when we talk about awakening or we talk about enlightenment, it's, you know, enlightenment is, now I understand, right? But she said that's just the starting point of true spiritual practice. Now you have to be able to connect with this energy and actually apply it into the world. You have to make use of it. Just sitting around and knowing why something is happening is actually fairly unsatisfactory. You become like the mythological figure Cassandra, where you know all the problems that are going to happen, but nobody listens to you. You can't change it. So instead, she's talking about you have to keep practicing, and then you get to the point where you can apply this. Okay, so I have two separate sets of conclusions about what Dharma songs teach us about connecting with other people in Buddhist outreach. And the first is, it's important to adapt. You know, the people making Dharma songs were, you know, basically these are the pop songs of their day when they first came out. And, you know, Buddhists, as monks and nuns, tend to be a little conservative. It's like, we haven't done it that way. But, you know, Sun Master Deheng was very daring and just said, hey, people like this. Let's try this. Let's try that. See what works. See what connects with people. Right. And the other thing is people need to be able to participate. Whatever you're doing, if people can't participate, then it's not that interesting. And tying into that is that the language needs to be familiar. In Korea, the issue we have is that most of the ceremonies for a long time have been in the Sino-Korean Chinese characters. And basically very, very few people understand them comfortably. You know, very, very few people can just hear that and follow it like you were having a conversation. Instead, if you want to connect with people these days, you need to be speaking vernacular, Hangul. Then people understand you. Then they pick up the ideas. Then they get the motivation and the inspiration. And the last one is the activity needs to be fun. You know, I've met so many people who want to learn English, and they try to read the English translations of the Indian philosopher Nagarjuna. It's like, don't do that. Find a car magazine or something that you like and read that. So my second conclusion is that these Dharma songs are a huge resource for spiritual, they're resource for teachings about spiritual practice, but they're also a great resource for potential research. As I was preparing this, I wanted to do a general introduction, but I felt like, I can do a paper about just this song. Oh, that song, there's a thesis or a dissertation right there. It's like, resist. Right. And the other thing is, the very last point is, because of the way the Dharma songs have been used at the center, they were used at the end of the Dharma talks, and the choir group formed very organically, and they started developing the music for the choir very organically. That's the most common style we have nowadays. But it doesn't have to be that style, right? You can have simpler melodies. You can have just one person with a guitar doing something folk style. You can do anything. And especially in translation, the words, the foreign words and syllables don't match up with the Korean music anyway. So if you do a good translation, then you need new music for it. And the music can be any style. Like Master Deheng did, let's adapt, let's experiment and come up with different styles of music. All right, thank you for your patience.
예, 청고스님께서 그 성법가의 역사, 그다음에
Thank you, Venerable Changgo, for your discourse on Buddhist Dharma songs.
향후에 수행과 포교의 방편으로서뿐만 아니라 그 추가적인
And
연구 소재로서
we have
매우 중요하다는
learned
내용을
that
밝혀주셨습니다. 다시 한번 더
Sampakata Dharma songs will serve as a representation of Son Master Deheng's great teachings.
그래서 질문 한 개 정도는 가능할 것 같습니다. 혹시 플로어에서 질문 있으시면 부탁드리겠습니다.
Reverend Changgo will take one or two questions.
마이크 좀 부탁드리겠습니다.
청고 스님, 오늘 너무 감사합니다. 저기 아까 그 머리를 다쳤을 때 내가 다치면 그냥 고통만 있지 다른 건 없잖아요. 근데 상대가 만약에
When you hit your head, you have your pain and your grudge. So
이 선법가를 부르게 되면
when you sing this Dharma song, you can see other people as one. So you think that the grudge will melt down.
문제만 있으면 종교인들이 뭐 해결해야 된다 이런 식으로 말씀하신 분들도 계신데 이거는 종교가 문제가 아니고
I don't think this is a religious issue. I mean, when we are able to see things as one, I think our grudge will melt down. So the evil will melt down. So I think the world will be peaceful. So I think singing Dharma song can help us to be better. So can you speak about that?
I'm not sure I really understand the question. 제가 좀 미안하면 좀 확실히 좀 제가 뭐 해야 할 수 있는지 모르겠어요.
I don't know how should I answer. I don't really understand the question.
Translated, but I think it was this about how do the Dharma songs. If I was going to say the Dharma songs help letting go of negative states of mind, just because they show you the way things really are, right? These other people are connected to me. These things that I'm experiencing are the results of the things of the states of energy, the states of mind I've created in the past. And it's a little bit of a bitter medicine in the way that I don't want to necessarily think that the things that are happening to me are because of what I've contributed to in the past. But at the same time, if I acknowledge that I had a role in this, then it also gives me the power to have a role to change it. I'm not sure our questions and answers are quite matching up, but 미안해요. 저 다음 질문 혹시 있어요?
아니요, 됐습니다. 다음에 그거는 스님하고 다음에 다시 하죠.
뒤에.
뒤에 또 질문하실 분이 계신가요?
오케이.
자, 그러면 이제 이것으로서 그 청고스님의 발표를 모두 마치도록 하겠습니다.
This will conclude the Reverend Chongo's discourse, speech.
그 오늘 그 오후부터 이제 그 저희 국제학술대 프로그램이 시작이 됐습니다. 그래서 이번
We
그
have
세션
had sessions, and we would like to congratulate and thank Professor Breschafft and other speakers for giving speeches.
내일 일정에 대해서 잠시 공지를
I would
드리도록
like to
하겠습니다.
make a short
내일
announcement.